Welcome to the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum 2020. The moment is finally here. This is the place where we discuss, debate, and decipher the groundbreaking political work being done in the Middle East and North Africa region, brought to you by the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. I'm Clinton de Prier, and I will be your host for these 2 days. When I think of innovation, the words of Bob Iger come to mind, who said, "The riskiest thing we can do is to simply maintain the status quo." And let's be honest, if 2020 has taught us anything, it's that it's innovation, and more importantly, a culture of innovation that helped businesses survive and even thrive in this pandemic. And the same has to apply to the political world. If we don't innovate, we become spectators to those who are. Innovation is the thing that helps us shape our own future. And so, following the success of the first Innovation in Politics forum that took place in Beirut, Lebanon last year, here we are again, continuing this vital conversation on innovation in politics in 2020. From the power of networks to policymaking, from artificial intelligence to geopolitics to gender politics, it's all happening here, and it's happening in a new way. We've completely embraced the opportunities that COVID-19 has presented to us. And so we'll be connecting virtually with experts from all across the world for thought-provoking discussions led by our team of excellent moderators. But that's only half the conversation. The other half comes from you. Join us on all social media platforms by using the hashtag #InnovatingPolitics. Share your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your insights, your ideas, and take part in this global conversation across the world. So, let's kick things off by hearing from the Regional Director of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation in the Middle East and North Africa, Dirk Kunze, who joins me all the way from Amman. Hello, Dirk. Dirk will be sharing with us some thoughts on why now is the time for open innovation. Dirk, the floor is yours.
Dirk, your microphone is off. Your microphone is off. From
Okay, so I guess now again, because these are the things that will happen when we actually try to connect technically with each other worldwide. And so we're also trying to figure things out because, yeah, let me state the obvious in this very moment. After the experience we all went through in 2020, we all know one thing for sure, and that is that nothing is and will be as it was before. While this year came with some serious hardship, however, we experienced the many opportunities that came with it. I mean, come on, look at this stage. Look at what we are planning for the next 2 days. It's incredible what we are capable to pull off in this short amount of time and in a digital world. We're connecting participants, or we're trying to at least, from the MENA region with speakers from Africa, Europe, Asia, and the US. And for you and everyone out there, it will come together seamlessly in front of your eyes. The way we live and the way we want to live. And innovation can appear in various forms. Many people still associate innovation with new technological inventions, but this is far from the truth. We can innovate customer experiences, services, business models, market processes, and ways of improving our approach to daily challenges. Basically everything. And if you engage with the topic of innovation, you will quickly come across endless examples of how innovation shapes the business models of many companies. There's no need to list them here, but there's one example I'm sure almost everyone can relate to. Think about this. I'm sure somewhere in your home you have a box or a bag of Lego blocks. And most likely, this will be the bag or box that will move with you until you can pass it on to your offspring. And likewise, there's a very high chance that they will keep taking it with them, and so on and so on. Well, the idea of Lego was born over 80 years ago. And while the simplicity of the idea of Lego was always popular, the company itself, by the end of the 90s, was not profitable. In order to change that, they came up with new ideas for the product itself, like they were spreading out into the clothing industry and many other sectors. But essentially, they only increased the risk, and by 2003, Lego was virtually out of cash. It was only after Lego embraced the principle of open innovation that turned around the situation completely. Innovation purposely was not concentrated anymore in one department or the management. It was an open approach so that everyone could contribute to the company's core. Now, Lego has, had, and still has the same product. But the spirit, well, and the marketing as well, the spirit changed. Here, in the MENA office of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, we, for example, use the Lego series play technique in our workshops. Not only because it's a great way to spark the right conversations, no. Essentially, the concept and idea of Lego is just like the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. With over 60 years, we are only a bit younger, but our values over that period have not changed. We still believe that an inclusive and open society demands the engaged and informed individual everywhere in the world. And just like Lego, we have the same product. Our product is ideas. We are in the business of ideas. We don't have solutions, but we have the building blocks to spark the creativity to shape them. We provide this big square-shaped base plate of Lego on which you can build and construct your models, your thoughts, your approaches for a society that you want to live in. The Friedrich Naumann Foundation is the creative platform for innovation. We are the creative think tank of liberal politics here in Jordan and the whole MENA region. And we also constantly need to find ways that our product reaches the right people. Societies are changing. People are changing. The way we communicate made huge leap in the last months. So also we need to innovate the way we work in order to stimulate the right and engaged minds. Once again, the Amman Innovation and Politics Forum is the place for that. And we have a great lineup, and Yara will get into the details in a bit, so we don't miss out on anything. But today and tomorrow, we will speak, for example, about the future of policymaking with Steve Clements from The Hill. We look at how artificial intelligence influences geopolitical integrity in the MENA region, and we will launch and we will also talk about I-Values, a fantastic initiative to rethink politics in the MENA region. And those are just some highlights, and I'm super excited to see those topics unfolding in front of your eyes. One other thing you quickly come across when you engage with the topic of innovation are wisdoms. One of them is you can invent alone, but you cannot innovate alone. This experience here, the journey we are embarking into today, is a perfect example for this. We at FNF MENA held on to the desire to finally meet in person with like-minded people. We actually found ways to, and also places where we can interact physically. We tried for as long as possible to make it happen. And only last week, we made the call to abort that idea for good reasons, of course. And I seriously applaud the flexibility of our speakers and organizers to adapt. But instantly, and yet again, we had to reinvent ourselves and find innovative ways to interact digitally in a way that engages in the discussions we want to see emergent. Again, you can invent alone, but you cannot innovate alone. I wholeheartedly thank my colleagues and friends who believed in the message of open innovation and made this event happen. Yara Asmar, our regional strategy manager, Christine, Khirwa, Perla, Antoinette and Burju with the awesome team in Istanbul. My colleagues in the Amman office who within no time organized a fabulous watch party, and they're probably right now sitting and watching this all together now, just like my colleagues in Rabat who are doing the same. A big shout out to you and kudos to all of you. Let us not surrender to the current conditions. Let us once again turn a crisis into a change and move on with this. There's a wonderful quote from George Bernard Shaw. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. So let's think and be unreasonable. With this and an open mind, I'm super excited to follow the coming interactions of the Amman Innovation and Politics Forum. Join us and be part of Innovate Politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dirk. And I suppose thank you for sharing a little bit about your thinking behind this project and for having the courage to show up and to try something new for the first time. So I want to say thank you for that, and thank you also for bringing that into the region, for you and your team.
Thanks, Clinton.
So speaking of the FNF team, we are now joined by Yara Asmar, the Regional Strategy Manager of FNF MENA. And she's also the key driving force behind this very AIP 2020. And so we want to invite Yara to speak a little bit about unpacking this topic of innovation a little bit more. Yara will be sharing some thoughts on what it takes to become the innovation nation that FNF MENA is trying to create. Hello from Amman, Yara.
Hello, Clinton.
Hello, Yara. We can hear your voice from the ether.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. And you, Yara?
Alhamdulillah.
Ah, here we go. Oh, you gave me a fright there. Yara, we are excited to hear a little bit your thinking behind this project and what's coming up over the next 2 days. So I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Clinton. Welcome again, dear friends, to the second version of Innovation in Politics Forum, the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum. We are working in a world where circumstances are changing and becoming more challenging. And as our regional director, Mr. Dirk Kunze, portrayed it, nothing is as it was. The new generations in the MENA region, who has woken up on the fact that the status quo needs fixing and that the old ways of doing things do not work anymore, are exposed now to a lifetime opportunity that yes, we can change, we can shape the future, we can challenge the existing structures, we can go beyond space, but how? With one click. It's just like the remote control that the actor Adam Sandler got it in 2006 film comedy, Click. This remote that allowed him to pause reality in order to fix it. Despite the historical challenges that face our region, the misappropriation of cultural differences by the majority of political elites in the region, the economic challenges facing different countries, a disease like this just provides the opportunity to go beyond what we know and what we can do. And this is a click that can change the world. Dear friends, you are one click away from the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum immersive experience. We all had Zoom fatigue, I know. That's why, through a high-end technology, we were able to bring to you high-caliber speakers on one stage. From Jordan, Germany, South Africa, Lebanon, Romania, Taiwan, Morocco, Turkey, Egypt, the Netherlands, the UK, the US, Switzerland, Belgium, Spain, and Austria. From their comfortable home, our dear speakers are teleported to the virtual stage of IPE 2020 to discuss some exciting topics. For instance, innovation and the power of network. Let's discover how networks can challenge existing political structures. How to rethink politics in MENA, and how to do that with FNF MENA. A new opportunity will be presented by Joseph Lynch, our partner and our friend. Innovation and partnership in the Mediterranean region. It is the 25th anniversary of the Barcelona process. Let us discuss together where are we from that and what kind of exchange is required to foster innovative cooperation in the region. The future of policy making with the editor-in-large of The Hill, Steve Clemens. Let's dive into his career path and lifetime experience. We also move to Sunday to discuss AI, geopolitics and information integrity in MENA. Let us dig deeper into the pros and cons of AI in our super complex region. And finally, innovation and the gender gap. Let's fly to Taiwan with Audrey Tang, the digital minister, to learn more about the relationship between innovation, policy development, and gender equality. Join out for the weekend. Let's think innovation. Let's restore our political imagination. Let's talk. Let's debate. All for the sake of reconstructing our broken democracy in the MENA region.
Well, thank you so much, Yara, for sharing a little bit about the thinking going into the topics that we've got coming up this weekend. I want to actually, just before you go, ask you a question as the main organizer of this forum. What has been the most challenging part of bringing this all together?
Listen, to be honest, our major challenge was 2020.
I suppose the audio is probably the most challenging part at this stage that I can gather.
I think so. I think
There we go. Almost back in sound. There we go.
What I was saying is our main challenge was 2020 by itself, with its complexities, with everything coming with it. But I know that nothing can replace in-person meetings, and that we miss networking and being together. But
Yes.
with the power of ideas and a committed team, we can...
Yes, well, Yara, I mean, as we can see, it is quite challenging trying to get so many studios together from all over the world. And I want to thank you, and I want to commend you also for putting yourself out there and trying this as we go on. I'm very excited to see what these conversations and this program will actually ignite in us. So thank you very much for that, Yara.
Thank you, Clinton, for adapting.
So Yara will be joining us a little bit later on. But as you can see, through the wonder and sometimes awkwardness of technology, the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum truly is a global event this year, with guests from Taipei to Berlin to Washington, D.C., and also you joining us from wherever you are in the world. We are bringing together a network of individuals who are change makers, thought leaders, and experts in their fields. And so it's only fitting that we start our first chapter of this forum on the topic of innovation and the power of networks, and also the impact that this can have on politics. For this conversation, I am joined by our moderator, Marika Groenewald, all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. Marika is the founder of an organizational and leadership development agency. Hello, Marika. Can you hear me? Here we go.
Hello, Clinton. I can hear you, and it's wonderful being here with you. It's a beautiful day in Cape Town, but it's an even more beautiful day to be here on stage with you.
Thank you so much, Marika. Now, I know you have a star-studded lineup of guests for this first discussion on networks. I think everybody is well warmed up and excited to get going, so I won't waste much more time, and I'll hand over straight to you to take it from here.
Thank you so much, Clinton. And hello, everybody. As you heard, my name is Marika. I am the moderator of this first chapter in our Innovation in Politics Forum, and I'm so thrilled to be here with you. Today's conversation is about the power of networks and how it links us to being able to be creative, to change things, to innovate. It's not a story about structures only. It's a story about relationships, about connectedness, about being with each other in a way that leads to real change in our regions and in the world. Never has that story been more important than it is now. I'm thrilled to be joined today by 4 wonderful speakers and experts. And in a way, we're forming our own little network of 5 and networking with you as you watch our conversation and ideally hope also participate in the conversation via social media. Let me introduce our speakers to you now. Mr. Hans van Baalen, the President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe Party. Welcome, Hans. It's a real pleasure having you. I'm also joined by Emil Kiras, the former Secretary General of Liberal International. Emil, it's lovely being with you. Welcome to our conversation. I'm joined by Mr. Mohamed Riras, the former State Secretary of Morocco. A warm welcome, Mohamed. It's great having you in our conversation. And finally, Mr. Gilbert Domi, who is the co-founder and partner of the Beyond Group. Gilbert, welcome. It's great having you. So while our speakers joins me in conversation, today we're going to be having an informal discussion where I'm going to be leading a conversation with them, trying to get from them not only information on how you build networks or what they've learned from their experience in working with various liberal networks around the world. We're also going to be hearing from them what ideas they have for those of you who are involved in the act of your own network or engaged in a network in some way or another, whether it is in your country or your region. And then we're going to see what that might lead to, what innovations, what change, what creativity you can expect when you have a network successfully functioning in your country and region. So let me check how it's going with our speakers joining me here on stage.
Well, Marika, we're just giving them a second to connect, as of course with the high-profile speakers that we have now and this whole technical setup coming together, it does take, of course, some time. So let's just give them a second or two while they connect. And yeah, in the meantime, maybe I can ask you the question. When I know you've done some work in the past with the power of networks, what for you has been the thing that stands out the most when it comes to the power of networks?
That's such an interesting question, Clinton. And I think for me, when I think of a network, it's about finding the balance between building a solid structure that works with the components, the elements of a professional organization in the background, propel things like idea shaping, decision making, policy shaping, etc. But on the other hand, a network is only as powerful as the strength of the individual connections and relationships in the network itself. And so I think really powerful networks are those that keep an eye on professionalizing in the background, but building really clear, strong relationships as well between the people in the network, so that even where there is differing opinions, people can get along, sing from the same song sheet, as it were, and move towards innovation in their regions.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point. So let's just give it a couple of seconds while our speakers join. I'm excited to hear from them also their thoughts about how we bring the power of networks, I think, to the fore in the way that you just described it, in that relational way.
Thanks, Clinton. And let me also just check, do you have any information on how people might connect with us via social media to stay tuned to this conversation and to contribute?
Yes, so they can, of course, use the hashtag, the Innovating Politics hashtag, which is just here to my right-hand side. There we go. Oh, there we go, right there. I'm pointing to it now. And people can use any platform, really, whether they want to use Twitter or Instagram. We will also be sharing a little bit of the background or the behind-the-scenes looks for how this whole thing is being put together. I can see my guests are joining me behind us. So if you want to see how this whole thing is being put together from behind the scenes, you can also follow the MENA account on Instagram. That's FNF MENA is the handle. And we'll be sharing a little bit of the photos for what it looks like behind the scenes. Okay, that's enough from me. Marika, over to you and your panel.
Wonderful. Thanks, Clinton. And good morning from Cape Town to the three gentlemen that have joined us. Hello, welcome. It's lovely seeing you. I hope that you did hear my introductions of you. And I'm going to just, Mr. Hans van Baalen, are you also with us this morning? Because I can't see a visual on you. Okay, that's wonderful. So let's start off, let's dive right into the conversation. Emil, I'm going to start with you. Emil, I want to actually get the conversation going quite controversially this morning. It's a question you and I discussed. As liberals and individuals who love progressiveness and human rights, we tend to group together. We tend to say that let's keep our networks ideologically pure. Let's stick to our own ideology and family within the political network. Is this a disadvantage? Is it a privilege? Do you think we should be more open? What are your thoughts?
Marike, good to see you, even though you killed me when you said hello from Cape Town, because I would die to be there with you. And I'm sure not only me, everybody else, we would have been happy to be together because being together, it's the way we got to know each other. And we know our characters, how we behave, how we are as persons, what we can contribute to each other. And I'm actually connecting to what you said. We have been building a family by meeting up. When we were able to sit down at conferences, but also outside of these formal settings, when you sit up with people and when you click and you say, okay, hey, actually, I think the same way like her or like him. We share the same thoughts, we share the same approaches, we share the values, we share the vision. You have this immediate, instant feeling that you have a human bond, human connection. So that is very, very essential when you build a network to connect with people who are of your own kind. Let me put it like that. We might have different characters, and you bet we do have different characters, but what is the very essence of our thoughts is what actually brings us together. So that is very, very important, very essential. You can sense whether the people think in a certain direction or whether they belong to the certain, so to say, set of values. And it is important first to be strong and comfortable among your own, because that gives you the source and the power afterwards to go in the wilderness, to go outside and talk to the others, because you might want to learn from those who think differently or have different vision of the world, or because you want to convince them, or because you want to actually team up and achieve something together. Like we know and we have learned that in the world we cannot achieve the things on our own, neither as individuals nor as communities. Very often we need to team up. And we're talking here about networks. We're not talking about winning elections. Winning elections is different. You go and basically try to convince the voters in order to give you the support so that the other group is defeated. But when you're talking about network, it's basically having the capacity and the ability to be strong within your own and to look from outside. Let me compare it to something very practical. We tend to, on social media, let's say Facebook, we go and have as our friends people who are from our own, so to say, community of values, right? And when we get the news, that's actually what I do. I get the news. For example, something happens in South Africa. I will check your account. I will check the account of those people that I know in South Africa that are liberals too. And that for me would be the digested information, would immediately give me my perspectives on the things in South Africa. But we should not close and encapture ourselves within that microcosmos. There is much more beyond it, and the world is not only us. So if we are actually to stick in the world of us versus them, then it's good to stay in your own world. If we are there to actually bring something good to everyone, then I think it's important that we have the capacity, and whenever it is needed, look beyond our boundaries. Do we hear each other?
No.
Emil, I'm back now.
Welcome back.
I left you for a moment and returned to Cape Town.
Well, that's the power of networks being connected and disconnected, but we are still together. That's good.
Indeed. And what I love about this is that this opportunity is also a chance for us to be curious about how we can connect in this time. And that means that things might be a bit glitchy at times. President Mans from Berlin, let me check with you. Can you hear me? A warm
I can hear you very well, Marike. Very well.
It's lovely having you. I was wondering whether you might share your thoughts at this stage about how you've seen liberal parties stay connected with one another and, in fact, connect with each other in Europe and around the world. You have a career of bringing people together and building alliances. How are parties doing it? What have you seen?
Dank je. Wij kunnen ook Afrikaans praten, maar dat zullen we niet doen. I said we can also talk African because I'm Dutch speaking, but anyhow. Super. What I believe is that networking is very personal. Because if you have an overflow of information coming from everywhere, people are the whole day just behind their computer or iPhone reacting. So normally, for us liberals in Europe, what we use is personal networks. So if I want to know something about Macedonia, I call Emir Kilias because he knows about Macedonia. If I want to know something about Estonia or Slovenia, I call the people I know there. And let me say, whether it's Zoom or Teams or another network, it can help. Indeed, it can help to bring us together. But if you lose the personal touch, it doesn't work. Because what do I want as president of the European Liberals? Not just chat. I want to make our liberal family powerful. So I want to bring together our prime ministers, 6 prime ministers in the European Council and the French president. I want to bring together our commissioners in the European commissioners, our members of parliament in the European Parliament, and those in the national member parties. And that's a personal connection because they're not, let me say, the whole day on their iPhone or whatever. If I want to connect to Africa, I know my friends also, let me say, in the Democratic Alliance or in parties in Western Africa, or I know the Naumann Foundation or NDI. So what I normally do is, let me say, trying to bring liberals together for results, that they speak to each other, that they coordinate, that they work together in national parliaments, in the European parliaments, that they work together in Liberal International. So for me, it's all personal. It's all, let me say, one-on-one, but supported by the modern media. Thank you.
Hans, I love how your response also links so well to what Emil has said, that networks are both organizational and deeply personal in nature. It's about those connections and relationships around the world. I want to, for the moment, turn our attention to the Middle East and North Africa. And Mohammed, I was wondering whether you might share your thoughts, also based on your experience, how you think a new liberal network could influence politics in the region.
Hello, do you hear me?
We do.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Marike. It's good to be with you guys, to be with the liberal friends, Hans van Balen and Emil, and all of you guys. I wish we could meet in Antalya in person, but thanks God, we have now these new tools that can allow us to be together virtually too. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this important question. I want, Marike, if you don't mind, I want to start with something a little funny. It is said that stupidity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I am sure that none of us wants to be stupid, do we? So we have to innovate. If we don't want to be stupid, we have to innovate. And we have to make evolutions in our lives, in our ways of doing things. We have to innovate to survive, as Clinton said in the opening of the ceremony. And as Dirk said, nothing is going to be the same again, especially after this pandemic. So, and we are reasonable people. We're not going to try to change the world to us, but we have to adapt and change so that we can survive in this world. This is why we need innovation and evolution in our regional network, so that we can help connect reformers to exchange and share ideas and experiences, as Hans said. We have to mobilize people over issues of common interests. And we need an innovative network of liberal parties that can indeed be a real political power. I mean, Hans said it. I mean, coalitions, networks are one sources of the 7 sources of power, and we can only be powerful if we get together, if we work together. And especially in this part of the world, we know that our politicians are not coping with the changes. sometimes, or most probably of the time, it's just the same messages as in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, as if nothing has changed yet. And we need to innovate. We need to work together so that we listen to the young populations, we listen to women, we listen to real needs of the region. We need to make scientific methods for elaborating our political programs, to analyze the data, to do policy assessment, and to provide support for each other. This is very important. And not only moral support, but when election time comes, we have to go and support each other. It's important for our constituents to know that we have friends from overseas, from other countries that believe in us too. And this will help us be powerful as liberals to disseminate the spirit and the values of freedom and liberty, especially in this region where obscurantism is doing a lot of effort to disseminate darkness in the world, unfortunately. Thank you, Marik.
Mohammed, thanks so much. I mean, I'm learning so much from this conversation as well about propelling political organizations in 2020 and into 2021 and using networks to do that. Those same old messages that we hear political parties driving are not aligned to new generations' needs and wants. I want to turn now to you, Gilbert, and I'm wondering whether you might share with us your thoughts on specific concrete examples or ideas for how liberal networks might challenge those who are currently in power. It's an illusion if we think we're only coming together to have a nice glass of wine and drink coffee. Of course, we come together so that we can learn from one another, so that we can also win elections and govern. And so this is one of the purposes of a network. Gilbert, would you want to share some of your thoughts around how we can challenge power where we are in regions we work?
Very happy to join you. I think it's very progressive to organize all this and digitally. I think that's a beautiful experience and example for what the technology can do in the future. But just I want to build on a little bit what Emil said before. So I'm thinking of the theme. First, we're not networking. We're not net to work anymore. We're net to live. And probably we're not looking only at power, we're looking at meaning. So look at our life today now, in this moment, our social life, our professional life, our political life, our financial life, even some of us, our emotional life is happening through the net. So it's not anymore a net to work, it's net to live. And it's not only for this sense of power, it's a sense of meaning. But then sometimes something Clinton said, sometimes we have this feel as if we're observers of life, we're spectators. And there is this handful number of people, the politicians, and sorry, Muhammad, who tend to control our lives. They decide if we stay confined or we don't, if we have access to healthcare or we don't, if we have access to education or we don't. And it's fascinating to look at how do they control? They control through geography. They control the space, they control the culture, the interactions, and they control the structure, the law, the institutions, the taxation. And then there is this realization, maybe we can, if we can live beyond geography through the net, so the networks we create, effectively we reduce the ability of politicians to control, because they control space. If we're now beyond the space, I can even be illegal now if I think the law is immoral, because of the net and because of the networks we create. So now I'm in Istanbul, talking to people in Amman and everywhere on the planet, and we can now organize a movement in Myanmar. And this is what's happening with me now. So for example, in my work within Beyond Group now, so we have an initiative in Myanmar. It takes me a second to reach out to people over there, over the net, and then on WhatsApp, and then talk and organize and bring people from different places and resources and ideas and data in order to collaborate for an initiative anywhere on the planet. While the law, while the ability to control of politicians is not there. But I think there is a risk, and something I think Emil and you said in the beginning, the risk of confining the networks as if they live within the pandemic on the net means there is a risk of reaching out and developing networks within our own spheres, people who are like us. You know, like we use a lot this like-mindedness. So we want to reach out only to people like us, and then suddenly our networks become as small as the real life, as the non-net, the offline world. I think our ability to realize for a moment that we can reach out beyond space, we can reach out beyond culture, people who are not like us, beyond sectors. And this is helping me, for example, in my work today, to reach out and build partnerships across the planet. It's beyond geography, it's beyond space, it's beyond culture, and it's beyond structure, the order, the political order. And organize and leverage support in any place, on any issue, with people who probably I've never thought I would communicate with or collaborate with. So just to close, I think, and something I think Hans said, it's a personal thing, it's a personal choice. Do I want to stay confined on the net the way I'm confined because of the pandemic, or I want to reach out so that we create networks beyond geographic boundaries, beyond space, beyond culture, and beyond the political order, so that we don't leave our lives in the hands of a handful number of people who are deciding the politics of our countries today. Over.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. I love your thoughts on creating meaning and infusing the work of our networks with meaning, not just for ourselves, but for those we want to engage with. And in fact, this deeply liberal idea of reaching out beyond our own borders, whether they are the borders of our own identities or towns or cities or countries, or the borders of our political organizations. The world is a big place. And there are, as we can see through this event, lots of incredible people to be engaged with whom we can create meaning together. I want to turn for the moment, maybe perhaps a little bit more practical. For those who are listening to this conversation, who are in the process of perhaps starting a network, or maybe in the process of driving a network, maybe they're feeling a little bit down, because as you would well know, it's not an easy thing to run a network, to keep people together, to keep momentum. Maybe they're feeling as if they just don't have enough people on board. Emil, does size matter when it comes to networks?
Where is Emil?
Let's just check, Emil. I can see you speaking, but I can't hear you for some reason. So just give us 1 second. Let's just check with your audio.
Make sure you have the right size of the microphone.
Yes, perfect. Now we are connected. Actually turned off the microphone so I do not disturb with voices and sounds. And I hope you can hear me back. So it's actually a very good question that resonates quite well, whether size matters, whether we put ourselves over there with thousands and millions of people will change something or not in terms of quality and feedback that we have. Well, you know, we are 7.7 billion people on this planet, and every single individual has her or his own quality and capacity, his or her own value, his or her own light that she shines, and that's what makes the humanity beautiful. But for example, when we talk about political networks or networks in general, I mean, let's not make out of politics something exceptional, something that the ordinary people cannot understand. Political networks and political life is just like anything else. It is focused on developing political ideas, how we can help shape and change the system so they serve the citizens. So when we think about networking and talking to the others, whether it is important to know everybody or whether it's just important to know few, or whether it's important to focus on a size. Let me just compare it to something. You might be working for a company, you might have tons of money, and they might send you to events to mingle and talk to people. But if you do not know what to expect, if you do not know what you want to talk about, if you do not know what you want to achieve, you will be there at the party and you will not have actually be, you will not be able neither to enjoy nor to at the end to get any feedback. Or to give a second practical example, you start a network on social media, like let's say you start a Facebook page. Today there are also these farms where they can bring you 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 of followers, basically creating you a network. But if you have nothing to offer, and if you do not have the capacity to interact, to make all the nodes of the network work, and if you do not know the value of all the members that are there, then your network is not effective. So I would say you need to have quantity, quality, and content. All of these three things are very important for any network to function, including the political network. And it's very, very often that those people who are very well versed in networking, in understanding how human interaction works, how it operates, they understand, and they would be able to say, okay, from this group of people, this is what I can offer, and this is what I can get. It's shameful. We find ourselves in so many occasions where we come to an event, there are tons of people around us who can be an asset to the things that we are doing at home, in our region, wherever, and we do not use it. Why? Either because that there is one type of deficiency. We always demand something. Well, people will help you, but then you're going to suck up their energy, and then at the end they will say, you know what, enough is enough. I always give you. They will question, what do I get back from you? What you have to think is always what you give back to the network. It's like, just imagine a node of a map of different nodes. You cannot just take the energy away from everybody. You need to offer always something. And what you offer can be also ideas, can be also offer stories from life, you can offer positiveness, you can offer projects that you can work together, you can offer space for the people to express themselves. So this is very important. Do not focus on how many followers you have, how many members you have in the network. Do not focus on the size. Focus as well on the quality and the content.
So, quality, quantity, and content.
Yes.
So Hans, I'd like to actually bring you in here and ask your advice. It's easy when we're just 5 people meeting. A former party leader of the Democratic Alliance used to say we could have had party meetings in the elevator of Parliament in the early days. And that was easy. We could keep people together. But as you start becoming successful as a network, when you actually get this gift of success, things become a little bit harder. It becomes challenging to keep people on board, to have a unified message. And so I think people involved in running networks find themselves a lot of the time having to manage conflict, having to behind the scenes push people in the same direction, and they are exhausted by it. How do you do this? When you get the gift of growth, how do you keep people, especially liberals, on the same page?
Well, I connect now to what also Emil has said. That means that there should be a sense of purpose. Why are you doing this? For what reason? What do you want to get back from people? And then the personal element which I touched upon first in my introduction is vital. We are now here with Emil, with Mohammed and Gilbert. I know Emil for ages. I know Mohammed, but Gilbert is new for me. So if we would be in Antalya, we would have had a drink, a coffee, we would have talked to each other, and Gilbert would have said, maybe I trust Hans. I would have said, interesting guy, Gilbert, I trust him. And then we start working together because we more or less know each other. And for the second and the third and the fourth time. If you only know each other by the net, you have no clue with whom you're talking. There is a kind of inflation. So I see a lot of people the whole day being on the net, talking to people of which I don't know what they represent. Do they represent a party, a personal opinion, an opinion of society, etc.? So again, it's the purpose for what you're doing this. What Emil said. So if you're in power as a liberal party, you have a purpose to get together a group of people in power. If you're not in power, you're in opposition, you're trying to get people together to question the power. If you are, let me say, an NGO or a person working for human rights, civil liberties, you question always the power. So there is a much difference what you want to do. And again, I think it's supportive. The net is very supportive and important, but you have to manage it. Otherwise, there is an inflation of opinions, of personalities. So you have to be selective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hans, and reconnecting people to that sense of why we're doing it, our sense of purpose, I thought was a really powerful reflection. Gilbert, I want to turn back to you now and talk a little bit about how we can design specific synergies within local and international networks, perhaps also between the two, that can impact, can lead to change. How do we design it? What are those synergies?
Those networks being on the net, it liberates us from the boundaries that were created by space. My fear is, I've been part of so many networks in the region, outside the region, and most of them have failed. They never sustain. And now with the power of technology, we cannot bring back the space-based networks mindset into the networks online. So before we used to, if we want to create networks, we want control. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be the vice president? Who's going to be the secretary? What's the structure? How are we going to make sure that there is a structure and everyone is bound by this structure? How are we going to make sure that everyone has obligations in the network? I don't need this. I can reach out to any network now in the world in a moment. So if I'm not happy in this network for whichever reason, I leave it. I'm part of, all of us are part of massive networks. So anything that would bring us back into the traditional structures that we used to see in the offline cannot be replicated. And that's a change in the mindset. We cannot replicate on the networks online what we used to know. For example, we need to go beyond the cultural definition of good. So what's good and what's bad in a country, in a context, is not online. What's good and bad based on my network across the planet is different. We're liberated. I think because it's a liberal platform, so liberate our mind. There is no cultural definition of good. There is no spatial definition of identity. And there is no structural definition of right. What's right and what's not my right. The world is bigger now, and the access is bigger. And our mindset, or my mindset, is different in the online than it used to be on the offline. I believe what brings synergy is a common vision. And this vision is not stagnant. It can change from one network to another, from one time to another, from one type of cultural system, human system I'm part of to another. We need just a declaration of intentions, and an intent that we would like to explore something together. Could be work, could be conversations, could be relationships, could be political, could be, so just a declaration of intentions, and a platform for partnership, a system where we can do things together, explore things together, learn things together. I don't think we should go back to those networks that used to be created in the offline world, so that we are liberated. And the first liberation is in our mind, not to see those networks online with the same mindset that has failed in the offline that was geographically bound. And as you see, I'm very much focused these days on this whole geography idea and how geography used to be limiting to my ability to reach out, to interact beyond the cultural, spatial, and structural boundaries I used to live in. I'm beyond that now on the net, and that's a beautiful example of what we're living in this moment.
Gilbert, and I want to ask you another question following on what you've just said, because I think for many people, connecting on net, creating that network of, as you said, intention, of meaning, is the first step. And then once things start gaining progression, there is perhaps a moment where they ask themselves, okay, what now? What is next for us as a network? What do we put in place in order to sustain the momentum that is inevitably there at the start? Is there something that we can take from this previous offline phase that we can take into this new era of building networks that are perhaps worldwide, online? What can we learn? What can we take with us? And what should rather stay behind from the traditional networks?
Again, so I think this whole idea of like-mindedness, we should get over it. I tend to want to network with people who are not like-minded, who are different in space or in culture or in a political spectrum. I want to reach out to those people in addition to the like-minded people. But also, like, just tapping into my experience now and something I'm super enjoying. And as you know, like, Lebanon is in difficult times, and probably this has created a huge opportunity. Today, like, we're creating a circle of organizations all over the world that are different sectorally, expertise, are different in where they're based, they're different in their approaches to things, and those are the ones that we're collaborating now to work in Thailand or in Africa or Ethiopia or in the Balkans. And you know what? And people who are working together, the beauty of being diverse is what creates opportunity, what creates impact, what creates as well revenue. So I think the main thing for me is no control, and no structure, and no obligations. Any network that's going to create control, structure, and obligations, there are 10 others, thousands others, other networks. So it's basically repeating them. It's common vision. It's just declaration of intention and just a mechanism for partnership, for collaboration.
Thank you, Gilbert. I want to now turn into taking our network into 2021. Mohammed, perhaps getting your reflections on, you spoke earlier about political organizations getting into the modern era, being able to engage with new generations of people that it wants to engage with. How do we use new communication technology, specifically also for the MENA region, to drive change, to have impact?
Thank you very much. Let me share with you some important figures that I keep in mind from the time that I was Secretary General at the Ministry of Youth and Sports in Morocco. Our region is a very young region. More than 56% of the population of this region is less than 35 years old. The median of young people in this region is 28, I think, percent, while in the whole world is only 25 or 26. So what I mean is that we're talking about a generation that has grown up with the internet. So they don't even know the old TV sets that we used to have. They don't know what a cassette is. They don't know what a diskette is. I mean, they only know, iPads and iPhones and Samsungs and all these things. So we have to speak their language. We have to use the tools that this generation is. Is also something important is that this generation is more likely to trust messages that are coming from the internet than messages that are coming from official institutions or organizations or TV, official TV stations. However, this region seems that the youth and the women in this region are disengaged almost completely from the political life because they've lost trust. Unstable, and most of the time it's unfulfilled democratic processes, even when they already started. In some countries, women and children and youth are completely ignored from the political decision process, even though there are some islands of exception in the region, like I would say Morocco, Tunisia, probably some other two more countries or something like that. But most of the youth in the region do not participate in the decision-making process. Still, I mean, I'm telling you, Morocco has done a lot of progress, but if I tell you that only 1% of our youth are members of political parties, what would you think about that? Only 1% of the market. I mean, what I want to say is that this is the age of new technologies, and if we don't use them to reach out to the present generation, we will certainly just fall behind as politicians. And as I said earlier, there are the forces of obscurantism, of darkness, of terror that are using these same technologies to recruit. They are recruiting all over the world. I mean, they're even bombing all over the world. They are disseminating terror all over the world because they're using these technologies more than the way we are using them as liberals, as people who promote love, who promote cooperation, who promote tolerance and coexistence between the nations and between the peoples, wherever they come from, wherever they come from, whoever they are, whatever different they are. But the problem is in our politicians because they don't want to adapt to the changes that are going on. And one of the most important things that they have to take into consideration is that they have young populations, and they have to adapt to these young populations so that they can participate, so that they can vote, so that they can be with us on the same boat. I think that new technologies are very important. I don't like them very much because they make us lose our humanity. But I think that we have to adapt to the new situation of the world, and we have to use them extensively to disseminate our messages. And I would quote the Metallica band from California, the song, so close no matter how far. I think that we have never been so close no matter how far because of these new technologies. And as Dirk said, let's use the Lego and let's forget about the toys, because the toys are just the tools of the old politicians, and the Lego that adapt to anywhere, to every place, are the tools of the modern politicians like us.
Mohammed, thank you. We're all going to be having a Metallica earworm now for the rest of today. It's fascinating what you've said. I actually came across some great examples of political parties turning around a mentorship framework. So instead of older, more experienced politicians mentoring the young, they get young activists to mentor the older politicians, especially with these new technologies. How, for example, do you use and integrate TikTok into your political life? So flipping mentorship structures might be one idea for those running political networks. There is a question from the audience around, and to what you said, around how you manage a network on social media. You can't just run something online and on social media the same way as you would have run it in person, as you would have run a traditional network. Emil, I'm wondering whether you have some thoughts on how you harness the power of online networking and how you manage a network online.
May I actually start at the last part with what Mohammed actually brought up. He brought up a song from Metallica, right? Now, can I ask you something? How many people have you actually witnessed in person listening to a Metallica song in a suit and tie? Well, I don't think that you would find so many, right? And I know Mohammed. That's the beauty of having had the opportunity to meet him. And I know that it is not only about a suit and tie and the appearance. This is the first big problem that the politicians have today. There is a general perception that these politicians are a different creed, a different breed, something that is over there on the other side of the rainbow, distant from the people. Well, actually, it's not the case. Like, we know each other, for example, in our own liberal family or within our own networks, we know that we are just ordinary people, right? So, first of all, we have to start reflecting whether we have to continue giving a message to the people that we are different, just because we look more professional or because we need to have certain attire or live up to certain standards. Majority of the people, they do not want to reflect about their life in a, so to say, in a way that is putting them in a narrow box. They want to feel relaxed because there is so much stress around. We don't need to give them stress to begin with. Second thing is that social media, yes, a lot of politicians are on social media, But what happens? How often are they managing their own social media, be it instant messaging, WhatsApp, or be it their social media account? Their assistants are responding. So very often the citizens can sense whether you are getting a genuine response from the politician or whether somebody else is responding politely or just pro forma in order to satisfy the need. Again, that creates a division, that creates a gap. We have to find a way how, on one hand, we are going to be active politically, meaning offering services to the people, working hard when we are in the office or when we are in the opposition criticizing the government in order to come up with better proposals, and at the same time interact with the citizens. If you see the type of anger that exists in the world today, it's because people are not heard. Look, let's talk about this. When we are networking among ourselves, how often somebody will come and shout at you and say a swear word or say something horrible? Very rarely. On the internet, most of the comments on a public space are actually insults, which means it's completely different world. In the social media, the people are ranting. When they're meeting a person, in politician, then they're choosing their words. So these two worlds are not coherent, but it sends a same message. People want to be heard. They want to have communication. They don't want to be taught. And this is essential, like in political communication, but also with the network. There has to be, and I repeat again, there has to be a dialogue. We're talking about the MENA region, and Gilbert was bringing up some fantastic points. What I really miss from the Middle East, I mean, come on, Habibis, when you're coming to the events, I'm having the most amazing time with you socially, but when we're discussing politics and resolutions, silence. No ideas, no proposals, no fighting for your own interests. So be directional in network and also with the citizens. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Emil. Does anybody else want to add anything to this question from the audience about the difference between managing a network online as opposed to managing a network offline? We spoke about broadly some of the differences, but what do you actually do? Mohammed, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what Emil said at the end. It's very important because when we meet in person, it's party. And we are having a lot of fun. We are having a lot of great time together. But in terms of productivity, it was not a big deal. And this is why I used to call these, meetings or these networks. I used to call them just the travelers' clubs. People were just traveling. We're not fighting for something, for policy issues, for something for their peoples, for their countries, for their parties. And I think that one of the blessings in disguise of using new technologies is that only those who are serious, only those who are concerned, only those who want to do something for our liberal family, we will see them present virtually because there is no traveling. There are no hotels, there are no place, no restaurants, nothing like this. And but I hope that we can have some hybrid, have combination or use of both, so that we have serious. We lack serious people. We lack the way people perceive networks. For them, as I said, it's just traveling clubs. It's not for serious matters, and that's a pity. And I hope this will change.
Just can I come in here for a second?
Yes, of course you were. Go ahead.
Because I don't agree with Emil at all, in fact. Because if you look at the level of engagement and the level of politicization of Arab young people is massive. Probably it's one of the most active in the world. This hasn't been able to translate into political change. And here we can dissect the reasons behind this. So just to say that, and look at the generational gap as well between the political elite in most countries and how old they are compared to the younger generation. There are multiple reasons, I won't go there, because I think there are some internal issues, but also there are some geopolitical reasons as well for this. So we won't go there. But to keep refocus the discussion on how there are massive political networks online for change in countries. Probably if we look at social media penetration rate and use for political purposes, we're probably the highest in the world. I remember during the Arab uprising, it was the highest in the world in terms of engagement of young people using social media for political change in the countries. To say that, yes, the online today create an opportunity for a lot of people to use networks within countries, regionally and internationally, to leverage political change. And this is happening. How do we translate it into geographies, into the nation state? Here it becomes a little bit more complex, because those systems that we're living in those countries are badly correlated with other systems that are geopolitical, that are international. Because I can give them as a case, but I won't go there, just not to divert the discussion. Just to say that it's not true. What we need to do now is to leverage those online networks so that they can have more power within the different geographies that are in the region, and this is possible.
May I also intervene, if possible?
Go ahead, Hans.
Yeah. Again, it's also about commitment. If I speak to a person through the net, he or she should give me true information, not just an opinion. That's not enough. It's interesting, but it's not enough. Emil talked about the fact that offline you have a normal conversation, online people are cursing, etc. I immediately block those persons because I don't accept cursing and being rude. That's unnecessary. But in the end, if you don't travel to a hotspot, for instance, talk about MENA. I've been in the Western Sahara. I've met people from the Moroccan side, from Polisario. I've been there on the spot. I smelled the situation. I've been to Algeria. So I have an opinion from the whole region. And I can use this. The same with Lebanon. I've been in Lebanon. I've been in Israel. I've been in the region. I know the problems. But that is only because I know the people. If I would have done so only by using internet, I would have a totally different view, probably not a really seasoned view. So again, it's about selection, it's about the right use, and what is important, and let me end by this, for us politicians, I agree with Emil, we are just normal people mandated for a certain time to be in parliament or in government. We were normal citizens as well. And what is so interesting, grassroots contacts. You saw that Israelis and Iranians, normal people, they were on the internet talking to each other. People from Egypt and Morocco talking to each other. Those kind of things are vital. The grassroots involvement. And we as politicians can learn of this, can support it, and can, in a positive way, use it.
And if I can just comment to Gilbert, I mean, it's beautiful to disagree, and the more dialogue we have with different opinions, the better, right? Because it helps us grow. I want to clarify, when I was explaining about the presence of the people, especially from the MENA, I was not talking about the internal politics. I was talking at external events. That's where we are having a feeling that there is no much feedback, there is no fight for the positions, there is no fight for the stands, there is no fight for whatever changes in the policies that is being done. This is where I said that there is a lack of action or lack of interaction. On national level, geography, I guess you would know it better. But for what the network can be used for, again, I'm talking from the international perspective, where I have more experience, is, let's say, NEOS from Austria, or Ciudadanos in Spain, or Momentum in Hungary. Momentum in Hungary was a movement that was transformed into a political party. So let's use those examples from within the network, how to help the young people, let's say in MENA, be it in Lebanon, be it in Jordan, whatever, how to transform their movement on the social media into something that is manageable politically, so that they're going to be able to channel their positions and make sure that they're not only being there online, but that they're done in such a way that they're going to resonate within the system or even change the system. That's actually what my focus was on.
Just because I fully agree with this statement, so we can disagree on certain things and agree on many others. Which I agree that there is a need for more networking on a regional level and beyond the national level, because most of the parties you mentioned and the movements, we are connected and we do collaborate and we are in touch internationally, but less on the regional level. So, and I agree that we need to increase the networking on the regional level and not only internationally. We're more comfortable networking with those internationally than in the region. And there are reasons for this, not to go into the politics and the geopolitics and why there is less, because if you look at the public space in the region is less open. So it's only open online, but when you come into the geography, again, the space, it's very difficult for new political groups to have ground. There is high oppression, high threats. It's very difficult to operate. I'm not going to name the countries in the region. Even Lebanon is becoming more difficult nowadays than it used to be before. So I agree that regionally we need to increase the leverage of the internet, of the online, for more collaboration and more policy work and more substance work, but also more activism, while at the same time engaging the international groups that we are aligned on the different values and vision and approaches to things, keeping in mind that, again, I feel somewhere we need to shake the political order, because the political order that we've seen for the last 100 years, this nation state that is based on the geography, somewhere needs to be shaken, because even in your own country, the political interests, I don't know where are you from, Emil, but even in your own country, the political interests within the country and in the region are not necessarily aligned with what you hope for in your own country and elsewhere. And in Europe and in the US, it's becoming even more difficult than in the Arab world for young, smart, progressive political movements to have ground and to have their voices out. Looking at the US elections now, you see how many progressive political movements have no opportunity to have their voices heard within the political competition. And the disengagement in Europe and in the Western world is worse than, in fact, there is more engagement in the Arab world, but it hasn't been successful in translating it into policy, versus disengagement in the Western world that as well is not succeeding in influencing policies, but by the same political parties that have losing their engagement vis-a-vis the younger generation. So I think somehow, this whole political order could be transformed with the opportunity we have now on the net. And this is where my thoughts is to use those networks for a shift in the way we manage our cities, our societies, and our countries beyond the space that the traditional political elite can control.
Thank you, Gilbert. I'd like to move on now, and I hope that everybody listening to this conversation is enjoying the richness of it, and that you are listening to the differing experiences in this room, on the stage, and drawing what you need from this conversation to the benefit of your network based on where your network is, its development. A new network needs something different than a network that's 2, 3, 5 years old. This is a forum on innovation. And I want to move towards the end of our conversation and ask our 4 speakers whether you have encountered any incredible innovation examples that you're seeing in action at the moment, that you think even this small little bit of innovation might support networks around the world, if only they knew about it, whether it is in terms of structure, communication, technology. What are you seeing? Emil, you mentioned momentum, you mentioned NEOS. There are tons of other examples, also more organic movements, Gilbert, that you spoke about around the world. Practically, any examples of what they're doing that is really innovative and amazing?
Oh, why actually go far away from where you are, Marike? I mean, let's use the example of Bring Them Home, what Darren started. You're a member of parliament. Exactly when the lockdown happened with the coronavirus and so many South African people were stranded all around the world without the ability of coming back home. And this was just a fantastic idea of a member of parliament with people from the DA abroad reaching out to contacts, trying to bring the South Africans home. I was asked to see if I know people in the government of Thailand, in Cambodia, in Laos, in Malaysia, elsewhere in the world, to help South African people come back home to their country because the government was unable to provide the service. It created a network of first couple of thousand, then 6,000, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 people who were actively talking to each other, communicating, trying to reach a certain goal. Suddenly, I was actually talking to the guys in South Africa, and suddenly they were in a situation where they had to reflect how to use this network that they have created within a couple of months that was efficient, vibrant, and that was delivering into something that is substantial. So I do think that this kind of disruptive way of looking at the things, goal-oriented, and then turning it into something that can be positive for the society is very good. These kind of things, as Gilbert said, and the others, they are happening all around the world, and we just need to see how we're going to be able to help each other to steer them towards achieving goals, either small goals or general political ambitions.
Thank you, Emil. Anybody else with a great example of innovation?
Maybe, Marike, if I may. What was for me something completely new, I come from the Netherlands, a rich country. And for me, through the net, I got a lot of information about emotions of people, even in my own rich country, which were feeling left out. And they're decent people, but they're voting for extremist nationalist parties. And they feel left out. So I saw that I was in a bubble. I've never met those people. I've never seen them. I have ignored them as a liberal and a Democrat. So what I'm now doing is talking with those people who feel left out and say, hey, you have an alternative. You shouldn't vote for the extremist right, what we call in America the Proud Boys, Trump, etc. No, there is an alternative. That's the liberal democratic parties, people who care. So we don't call them deplorables like Hillary Clinton did, but we reach out to them. And without the net, I would not have been able to do so. So I would have stayed in my own liberal democratic bubble, not seeing people who feel left out. So this is the great extra thing, positive thing through the internet, which I've experienced myself.
Marike, I want to, hello?
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I want to share with you an interesting experience from Morocco. I mean, as we all know, thanks to our friends from Germany and from the Netherlands mainly, our parties have been able to organize trainings and seminars and so many important events for empowering mainly our youth and our women. But because of the pandemic, I mean, nobody was able to do anything. I mean, look at us. I mean, we were supposed all to be meeting in Antalya, and now we're meeting virtually. So we came up with an idea in the Mouvement Populaire is to create the first virtual political academy in Morocco. And this academy was fully supported by our friends from VVD and from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. I would like to thank them for that. So now we have the first online academy in which we will be not only training politicians and women politicians and youth politicians, but because of the pandemic, we will also be opening it for supporting courses like in mathematics or in physics or in chemistry for the students, because now they are doing distance learning from home, and we will be opening to our militants and not and other people, so that they can be providing help to the students who are having trouble with their courses at home. And I would like to thank very much Gijs Hobbins and Dirk Koos for supporting this idea, and also the office of FNF in Rabat for all the great work they've been doing to make this project come true. By the way, the Academy will be launched officially on January.
What an incredible example, Mohammed, and we wish you well with your virtual academy. I hope many more political organizations steal from the best and take that idea on board as well. Before we close, Gilbert, any closing thoughts from you?
Just like one last thought has to do with inclusion, and something that Dirk has mentioned, because the conversation now happens between people who have access to this type of technology. The risk, especially with the pandemic now, that a lot of people might be left out of the opportunity that those online networks can create. So, and probably if one thing to include more people politically, economically, socially in the sphere is about seeing how we can promote better internet capacity and infrastructure and skills related to technology to widen the circle of people who can join such conversations or initiatives, or for policy and connectedness and meaningfulness, but also for professional and access to revenue and all this. I think that's going to be the challenge in the coming phase, with the weakened ability of governments to ensure better access to infrastructure in many countries in the region and outside. I think this is probably one thing to think about during these 2 days, how to have increase access so that we can increase inclusion.
Thank you, Gilbert. And with that being said, I would like to thank our 4 speakers today for the richness of this conversation. In just a short period of time, so many incredible thoughts, ideas, differing opinions. I wish I could invite you to a glass of good South African wine over Natalia. I was planning to fly a whole box along with me, but that will have to wait until we can meet in person. I really, really appreciate and value this opportunity to engage with you online today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
And wish you well. You continue to build your networks. We know it's hard. Don't give up. Keep going. Learn from the best. Sometimes steal from the best. Ideas are for everybody taking. And we wish you well. With that being said, I'd like to invite Clinton back on stage with me. Closing of this Innovation Politics Forum.
Yeah, we're launching our vaccination in Morocco next month. So
Still voices in the studio we can hear. Marika, I want to say thank you to you for kicking off our first chapter. What was interesting for me from this conversation is just the underlying theme of authenticity that comes out in, that I suppose forms the bedrock of trust, which in turn allows us to build those powerful networks, whether it's online or in person. That for me was just something that I take from this conversation. So thank you also for guiding it in such a masterful way that we can learn from everybody across the world.
Thank you, Clinton. All the
Now,
best for the rest of the 2 days.
Yes, and now we release you. You can go and sit on the beach in wonderful sunny Cape Town with your glass of wine, and we will not hold it against you.
Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Bye, Marika. And as also part of our spirit of open innovation, and also providing this platform for sharing our learnings and how we put this whole show together. If you're interested in starting your own online academy like Mohammed will do, like Mohammed is doing in Morocco, or if you're interested in seeing how this event was put together in the spirit of open innovation, please check out the Instagram stories of FNF MENA. We'll give you a little behind the scenes look as to what it really takes to put an event like this together, and you can also learn from that experience. Now, before we continue, we've actually had a couple of requests coming from some of the watch parties that are taking place all across the region. And as facilitator, I believe in giving the people what they want. And that request was for them to see again the opening video that we showed, as they unfortunately missed it right at the start. So, following our philosophy, we're going to show that opening video once again, get us all excited. If you've seen the video already and you don't want to watch it again, now is a good time to jump up, run to the bathroom, or grab a cup of coffee. We'll see you back now in 2 minutes. Shift our focus from the power of networks to our next chapter on I values, rethinking politics in the MENA region. And this is where we focus on what we can do to actually support and find those innovators who are already changing perceptions and the way things are being done in the region. Now, for this exciting new initiative that's being launched, I want to welcome Joseph Lensch. Joseph is the managing partner of the Innovation in Politics Institute in Berlin. Guten Tag, Joseph.
Hello, Clinton. Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind invite to speak here at the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum. Let me start by asking you a question. Which region is among the most affected by global climate change? If you would say Africa, you would not be wrong. Africa has already been severely affected by climate change, and unfortunately will be even more so in the future. But there is another region in another part of the world heavily affected by global warming, the Arctic, which brings us to the little Finnish town of E, written with 2 I's. It is close to the polar circle and the home to 9,844 people. In 2019, its city council won the Europe-wide Innovation in Politics Award for successfully encouraging citizens to take climate action. Following a broad participatory process with citizens, local businesses, and the public administration, ambitious goals were set on a yearly basis with the aim to achieve carbon neutrality, zero waste, and tackling overconsumption. And so they did at the polar circle. Oh, and did I mention that they also managed to lower taxes at the same time? At the awards gala in Berlin, the city representative said, if E can do it, anybody can. Buckminster Fuller, an American architect and inventor, once said, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the old model obsolete. Now E built a new model of itself as a town. It made the old model obsolete. I argue that the same applies to the countries in the MENA region. To arrive at a post-COVID future that is positive, it will require certainly creativity and courage, but most importantly, recovery and progress in the MENA region means building a new model that offers a better alternative, a model that makes the old model obsolete. Now, when it comes to politics, we know the old model very well. It is the model that still exists in many places around the world and the MENA region. Closed circles, unaccountable elites, sectarian parties, mismanagement, corruption, even impunity. However, politics is not just about parties. It is even not just about politicians. It is about people in civil society. It is about people in business, entrepreneurs, social innovators. We are all politics. Now, politics should be the place where we agree on how we want to live with each other. We know that we are not there yet. So how do we start building a new model that makes the old model of politics obsolete? A model where politics is a vibrant and lively marketplace of ideas, where the best ideas win, where the paradigm is openness, transparency, and accountability. This is where we get to innovation, the other key word in the Innovation in Politics Forum today. Innovation starts with an idea, or better even, with many ideas, because with ideas it really is the more the merrier. Some ideas might be terrible, some even downright dangerous, but the more ideas, the higher the chance that among many, many bad ones, you do find a few good ones. The MENA region is rich in ideas, historically, culturally, socially. Now, some say ideas are cheap, execution is everything. I do not believe that. Coming up with a good idea can be really hard. But I do believe that a great idea is a good idea put to practice. Building a new model for the post-COVID MENA region does not stop with theory. It starts with concrete projects and initiatives. So we need to find a way to find great ideas that someone somewhere in the MENA region has already put to good use. They may be from civil society, they may work in a startup, they may be working in local politics or the public administration. In fact, there already are great examples of innovations and entrepreneurial solutions in the social and civic spheres. For example, Lamza, an interactive Arabic digital library for kids here in Amman, Jordan, or Egypt-based Recyclopedia, the first company in the Arab world to offer green recycling of electronic waste. Gaza Sky Geeks, who create opportunities in online tech jobs for young Palestinian entrepreneurs. Or Arc-en-Ciel in Lebanon, whose aim is to solve one of the most acute problems in the country by having a good waste management model and at the same time creating jobs for poor people. These are great examples, lighthouses really, but they are not enough. We do need many, many more of those lighthouses. And such projects and initiatives do not come by themselves. They are conceived and then championed by people. Seldom are those innovators and entrepreneurs to be found at the center of power. More often, they are to be found in the periphery. Quite regularly, they are hidden champions or local heroes. It is in the outskirts, not in the hallways of power, where the new emerges. So for a new model to materialize step by step, bit by bit, we need to find those doers and shakers. We need to support them, bring them out in the open, get them together so they can learn from each other and others can learn from them. This is why inclusivity is so important for innovation. It requires the wisdom of the many, not of the chosen few. It requires all of us. And this is why I am very happy to present today a new initiative that sets out to find those innovators and their projects in the region. I values Rethink Politics in MENA. Together with its regional network of partners, the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom will go on the hunt for innovative projects and initiatives that point towards a better future in 5 categories: quality of life, economy and jobs, democracy and community, regional development and human rights. Each project in those 5 categories will be evaluated according to 3 criteria: innovation, participation, and sustainability. The best projects and initiatives will be awarded. But I values Rethink Politics in MENA is much more than an award. It is about finding projects that are already working, initiatives that are already improving people's lives. We want to show how much creativity and courage there is, and how much potential there is for a prosperous post-COVID future of the MENA region. And who knows, maybe some of the finalist projects might become building blocks for a new model of the MENA region, a freer, more democratic, more open, more accountable model that makes the old model obsolete. Remember, if a small town at the polar circle can do it, anybody can. The web platform launches today. We are very much looking forward to your nominations and submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And what an exciting opportunity that's launching today. I certainly am excited to see what the submissions will be. So thank you very much. And yes, let's drive innovation in the region also through very practical projects like this.
Thank you.
Right.
Have a good day.
You too. So now seems like a good a time as any for us to take a little bit of a break. So grab some lunch, maybe a late breakfast or an early dinner, depending on where you are in the world. We will be back in 90 minutes. That's 90 minutes to continue with Chapter 3, looking at strategic partners, strategic partnerships in the Mediterranean region. And yeah, so stretch your legs, grab some food, and we'll see you back in 90 minutes. Now, if only there was a way for me to get some lunch instantly to appear next to me, that would be great. Team, can we organize that? No? Nobody? Okay, I'll have to go get lunch in the traditional way. See you in 90 minutes. So, welcome back to the Amman Innovation in Politics Forum 2020. If you're just joining us, you have missed a great start to the two-day program. Earlier, we had a fantastic conversation about the power of networks. How can we build and grow our networks in a way that authentically connects with people, both in person and also online in these times that we find ourselves in? We also had the launch of the Rethink Politics in the MENA region, the I-Values initiative that was launched by Joseph Lench. So please do check that out if you missed that. We're also following all the comments and the ideas that you're sharing on the hashtag Innovating Politics. And I also want to ask you, wherever you are right now, to take a picture, a selfie, or even just a picture of the screen if your hair is not looking that great. Upload a picture of wherever you are watching from wherever in the world, and we want to make sure that we know where you are. So do tag at FNF MENA, whether that's on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, or even just for a comment on our YouTube feed. We want to hear from you, so share your ideas, share your comments, and tell us what you find most interesting in these conversations. Coming up a little bit later, we're also going to be talking to Steve Clemens. Now, he's the former editor-at-large for The Atlantic, and he's the current editor-at-large for The Hill, based in Washington, D.C. That conversation is coming up a little bit later, and we're extremely excited to have him with us and hear a little bit from his amazing career and his perspective based in the US, how that impacts on policymaking in this region. So you still have some time to Google him a little bit and find out more about the history of his career and the insights that he might bring before we have that conversation. Before we get to that, let's dig into the next chapter of this forum, focusing on innovation and partnerships in the Mediterranean region. Now, this links to the topic a little bit to what we spoke about earlier, and the power of networks and how we can formalize these cooperative partnerships in the region in a way that makes innovation and progress possible. For this, I'm joined by my moderator, Suad Adnan. She's an international development consultant and also a friend of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and she'll be moderating this conversation all the way from Vienna. Hello, Suad, and welcome. There we go.
I muted myself.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Over to you, Suad.
I'm doing well. Lockdown. We're under complete lockdown now, so.
It's so sad you couldn't join us in a studio.
Yes. But I hope my place does the job.
Fantastic. Over to you, Suad.
Okay, let me get it started then, right?
Yes, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you're all keeping well and safe wherever you are. I'm Suad Adnan, and I'm the facilitator for this session. I would like to thank the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for their kind invite and for all their efforts to put this event together despite the multiple challenges. We know it's not easy. I would also like to welcome our 5 distinguished speakers for today's panel on innovation and partnership in the Mediterranean area. So let me introduce them very quickly. We have with us today Dr. Haytham Amira Fernandez, who is a senior analyst for the Mediterranean and the Arab world at Elcano Royal Institute in Madrid. He's also professor of international relations at IE School of Global and Public Affairs. He specializes in international relations, political Islam, intercultural dialogue, and transitions to democracy in the Arab world, where he has lived for over 16 years. Our second speaker is Dr. Edward Soler, senior analyst at CIDOB, which is Barcelona, stands for Barcelona Center for International Affairs. Between 2016 and 2019, he was scientific coordinator of MENARA, a European project on geopolitical shifts in the Middle East and North Africa. He holds a PhD in international relations from the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, where he's culturally affiliated as a part-time lecturer in international relations. Our third speaker, Dr. Nouh El-Harmouzi, who has over 15 years of research experience in the economic and political landscape in the Arab world. He's currently the executive director of the Arab Center for Scientific Research and Humane Studies, which is a think tank based in Morocco, and chief editor of the Arabic news platform and analysis website minbaralhurriya.org. He is now a professor of economics at Ibn Tufayl University in Morocco. But before returning, Nouh served as an assistant professor at Aix-Marseille University in France. Mr. Yasser Akawi, through Capital Concept, Mr. Akawi has become one of the reference names in corporate governance activism in the Middle East and North Africa. In 2013, Capital Concept became the first corporate governance rating and advisory firm to review and rate listed companies in the MENA region. He's currently the editor-in-chief of Executive Magazine, which is a media platform that uses that advocates actually for reforms in the region. He is also the chair of Lebanon Committee of Human Rights Watch Advisory. Our last speaker, final speaker, who is Mr. Maroun Kairouz. He is a deputy head of the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe at World Economic Forum, which is an international organization based in Geneva. Before joining the World Economic Forum, Maroun held leadership roles at Procter & Gamble, the Central Bank of Lebanon, and Oxfam, where he worked on the Syrian crisis. He has also taught at Notre Dame University in Lebanon. So, before turning to our distinguished panelists for their inputs, I would like to open the session by sharing a thought. It won't be so long, it's a short one, so please bear with me. The Mediterranean Sea was the center of the region of North Africa and the Middle East and Europe for so long. It was the superhighway of transport, trade, and cultural exchange between diverse peoples of 3 continents. The Mediterranean basin has known, therefore, the succession and cohabitation of many great civilizations: the Greek, the Phoenician, Persian, Roman, Byzantine, the Islamic, and many other civilizations. Byblos in Lebanon, or Jbeil, which is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, is one great example of this cohabitation. The southern and northern shores of the Mediterranean have always been connected in so many ways. Jbeil would tell you the exact same thing. No surprise then that the challenges faced by every single country in the region today has its answer elements all over the Mediterranean neighborhood. And only by cooperating and speaking with one another at eye level can countries gather the answer elements to their respective challenges. And only then can the Mediterranean region be a real international power and achieve the goals it formally set for itself 25 years ago at the Barcelona process. How can this cooperation take place? What are the opportunities, the challenges, and the stakeholders? How is the pandemic affecting all of this, and how can we move together forward? Our speakers will help answer these questions. I'm sure their insights will be enlightening. And now, let me start with Dr. Haytham Amira Fernandez. Haytham, I know you've been working on a report with the Friedrich Naumann Foundation that aims to provide some answers to the questions I just posed. Relaunching Mediterranean Relations, Creating Bonds That Deliver is the title of the report, I believe. What can you tell us about the report? What are the main findings and conclusions? How do they answer some or all of the questions I've just posed? Over to you, Haytham.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Saad. Thanks to the Foundation for inviting me to be here with you in this lovely and sunny Saturday afternoon here in Madrid. A pleasure joining this group of speakers. It would have been great also to have more females in other panels speaking about things different from gender. But I hope in future editions that will happen, and I'm sure there are great speakers in contact with the Foundation who can do that great job. So yes, I would like to introduce in a few minutes a project that we're currently working on together with my colleague Eduard Soler, who is with us today from CIDOB in Barcelona, and myself from Elcano Oil Institute here in Madrid, together with the Foundation. And that project deals with the research that we're conducting to present some ideas and analyses on the need to relaunch Euro-Mediterranean relations. You just mentioned the Barcelona process, or the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, that was launched back in 1995. That means that this year is the 25th anniversary of that. In a way, it was a revolutionary approach to the region as a whole, but with all the different trends of the Mediterranean basin. The idea of creating a region where there could be more prosperity, peace, and stability. So those countries who came together back in '95 voluntarily saw that there was a need to correct things that were not working as the inhabitants or the populations of the region wished. The diagnosis made in the Barcelona Declaration, which I encourage everyone to take a look at it, I think the diagnosis at that time was pretty accurate of what were the challenges and the needs, the things that had to change or to reform in order to achieve that goal of more shared prosperity, and also creating an area of free trade around the Mediterranean, which was scheduled to take place in 2010. So 15 years after the launch of the Barcelona process. Unfortunately, that has not happened yet. We don't have a Euro-Mediterranean free trade area, not yet. We're far from there. So after 25 years, and coinciding with the 10th anniversary of the Arab uprisings, we thought that we should come together, analyze where we are right now. No need to mention the importance of the Mediterranean that you alluded to already, Saad, and why it is still for all the the human societies who live around that sea and beyond. But we want to analyze so those past 25 years, what are the things that have not worked according to the vision that was presented in '95, and where we may be heading given the tendencies that we've seen in the region over that period of time, a quarter of a century, which is enough to analyze and see the trends, and especially the acceleration of trends since 2011 and the COVID-19 pandemic. So obviously my colleague Eduard will also expand on some of the different fields that we are analyzing, incorporating voices from around the region who are not the usual analysts or policymakers who have written, we have written tons of works about the Barcelona process, and actually some feeling a little bit of fatigue or even frustration at not only that it has not advanced enough, but basically that the situation now has deteriorated on so many fronts compared to what we had back in 1995. So this is the research that we're conducting, the report that should out by the beginning of next year. That will be launched, and we'll have events also to present the findings of the report, and also the policy recommendations about what to do, especially at the time when the multiple crises provoked by the COVID-19 pandemic, not only the health crisis, but on top of that, the economic, the social crisis that will have political ramifications of different types around the Mediterranean, not only the south, also in the north of the Mediterranean, the need to reconstruct so many things after this. So some policy recommendations to try to present a vision or to draw the attention of policymakers, of the public opinion in general, of what we should expect if nothing is done, if we continue doing business as usual on autopilot, like it has been done for the past too many years. So this is what we're working on, and we look forward to presenting all those findings to all of you watching and to other, the audience and the policymaker and public opinion in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Haytham. We're also looking forward to the report. I would like to ask Edward, would you please give us, I know that Haytham said the report is forthcoming, it's for the beginning of the next year, but we would truly appreciate it if you could give us a glimpse into the findings, the main findings of the report, and focus especially on a very important aspect mentioned by Haytham, which is incorporating voices, new voices into the report and hearing from them, besides the traditional policymakers and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Suat, and thanks to the foundation. And this is a good starting point when you said about the new voices and do things differently. I mean, as you said, we are in a panel where we are discussing about innovation and partnership. And that's why the first comment that Haytham made was so important. I mean, innovation meaning that we cannot do things as we used to, and also that we have to be on an equal footing. And an example of this is that this kind of panels where we are almost all male cannot happen. I mean, this is one aspect of these things that when we think about how humanitarian relations should be, cannot be. But what it means, I mean, as you said, 25 years of the Barcelona process, 10 years of the Arab uprisings, few months after COVID. So the first two provoke a wave of illusion, and also we have seen also a wave of disillusion also with COVID. In a way, it means, as Haytham was saying, that we cannot work on the same. We have to work on the same topics because, as Haytham said, the ideas, the goals that were agreed upon in 1995 are still valid, but the world and the region is changing, and we are facing challenges that we were not facing a few years ago. So it means that when we are thinking about how to revisit, how to relaunch, how to reimagine Euro-Mediterranean relations for the next decade, we have to incorporate topics that perhaps were not as present in the agenda, and by incorporating also those topics, we need to engage with new people, with other voices that are rarely heard. Which are those new topics? Well, there are some which are quite evident and that are also part of the transformational processes the European Union itself is part of, or it's embedded in, which is digitalization, which is decarbonization. All those topics will shape somehow not only the EU but also its external relations, and not only the Mediterranean countries and the Mediterranean partners but also their external relations. But there is, as I was referring also to the 10th anniversary of the Arab uprisings, also inequalities. And that was an issue that perhaps was not present enough in 1995, and we realized that there are all sorts of inequalities, gender inequalities, generational inequalities. The issue of youth unemployment is key. We also have social inequalities among the very few that have a lot and the many that have little. We have also territorial inequalities. So this issue of inequalities probably will need to be more present because we know that otherwise it is not sustainable. Mobility. In a moment where we stop traveling, perhaps we are more aware also of what it means not to be able to move. So this aspect, which many also of our colleagues in the Southern and Eastern Mediterranean have been encountering, these difficulties to move, and what it means also, it's an aspect that we have to incorporate. And finally, because we are also in these COVID times where we realize how important it's innovation and science, and doing it together. Also, all those aspects about creation, about science, innovation, education probably will need to be part of this agenda in order to build and to create these bonds that deliver. There are all sorts of bonds, and bonds may be tired, looser, but there are some bonds that deliver, and there are some bonds that just stick you together, but this is not what we aim at. We won't change geography, that's for sure, but we may need, and we can, and we need to change the way in which we relate to each other.
Thank you so much, Edward. My question now, it's very interesting what you've just said about the new challenges and the importance to incorporate all these emerging aspects in the region. My question is, if you have to draw one lesson from the past 25 years since the conclusion of the Barcelona process, of one thing to do differently, what would that be?
One thing to do differently would be to speak to as many people as possible, and this links to the part on listening to voices. The Euro-Mediterranean relations cannot be a purely intergovernmental process. We need to incorporate scientists, business people, artists, youth organizations. Probably there will be moments where the interstate relation may collapse, but if the other streams of cooperation and dialogue are still ongoing, then probably we can continue building and tying this Euro-Mediterranean relation. So I would say, yes, we need states, obviously, and it is important for all of us to push for stronger international cooperation when it comes at the interstate relation, but we also need to invest probably more on building this more robust and diverse net of relations.
Thank you so much, Edward. And I would like to build on what you've just said and ask Nuh whether he relates, being an expert of the Middle East and North Africa and having worked in the region for so long with political institutions, but also with all sorts of institutions, economic and social and so forth. Do you relate to what Edward has just said in terms of incorporating more stakeholders? How would this work in the Middle East and North Africa? You are muted, Noah. I can't hear you, Noah. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, of course, definitely I agree with the former speaker about the importance to empower and to include all the stakeholders. And this is what I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about the political parties and the political spectrum in this MENA region to understand its situation and draw some lessons and give some suggestions how to make it, how to empower it, how to make these political parties, associations, etc. cooperate and collaborate and build coalitions and partnerships together in this region. So in my intervention, it will be two-time intervention. I would like to talk or to present the political quickly spectrum or situation in this region after the Arab Spring and after the outbreak of the COVID-19. This is extremely important to draw lessons and to suggest some practical, feasible solutions. Quickly, I want just to remind that we witnessed a kind of decline of the classical political parties since 2010, and we know all the dissolution of the التجمع الدستوري الديمقراطي in Tunisia. Also in Egypt, big party, Hosni Mubarak party, Hizb al-Watani al-Demokrati, was dissolved. So this is the first element or the first point. The second point, we witnessed also the emergence of new political parties, but they have a very challenging resilience capacity. And this is the new feature of the new political party emerged after the Arab Spring. I have in mind the party Hirak Tunis, Irada, created by Munsif al-Marzouqi, which was unable to resist and to ensure continuity due to internal conflict between members. Second, I have in mind Hizb al-Masriyin al-Ahrar, the political party, who was initially successful, but internal conflict and division emerged. I can give few other examples. حزب المصري الاجتماعي الديمقراطي، العدل ومصر الحرية، حزب الدستور. I can give few political parties, example for few political parties from Morocco, الاتحاد الاشتراكي, etc. So this is the second main feature or characteristic of the political party or political spectrum after the Arab Spring. We notice also a counter-revolution and the return of the military institution which is controlling the political party, such in Egypt, such in Algeria, in Sudan, after the coup d'etat, and after in Egypt, or after what's happening in the second wave of the Arab Spring in Sudan and in Algeria. And finally, concerning the political spectrum, we witness also the repression of the political opposition and weakening and which weakened the political parties. In a study conducted by Austrian AIES Institute, they showed that surveillance policies in the MENA region since the Arab Spring have intensified censorship and data espionage. So this is the situation very briefly, and we can come back to that and to talk about it, the situation of the political spectrum. So this political spectrum and this evolution impacts the political behavior of the citizens, of the populations. Let me give you some hints or the evolution of the situation. So they use the political power, they use COVID-19 to reinforce the deep state. They use the outbreak of the coronavirus as pretext to crack down on human rights and for political purpose, etc. In my country town in Morocco, the government tried to pass bill, we call it 2220, to control more social network and political opinion. So what are the consequences as presented by the Arab, for example, Arab opinion report? The consequences is kind of increase of the loss of confidence and the non-representativeness of the political parties. Let me give you a few figures quickly. In 2060, a minority of people across this region report to be a member of political party, nearly 5%. 67% of the population, they declare, or the respondent, the lost confidence in political parties. In 2018, after four election process, municipal and parliamentary and presidential, that took place in 4 Arab countries, in Egypt, in Tunisia, in Lebanon, in Iraq, that confirmed that the increase of electoral hesitation in these countries from year to year, especially among the youth. This is the first thing. The second thing, what we call the emergence of what we call the digital shift, and this is extremely important, and all solutions they need to take this digital shift into consideration. So political participation in our world is becoming more and more virtual. According to the to Arab Opinion Index, big majority, and I can give you the figures, citizens in the Arab world have changed their political behavior since 2000, since the Arab Spring. They rely on new communication technologies to access to information and to follow the news. They use social network to express their political point of view and to interact on economic, social, and political issues. 61% they use social network for political purposes. I just want to give the final example, the boycott campaign in Morocco and how it was very successful by using social network. This boycott campaign, for who does not know it, it has been very popular. In few months, more than 90% of Moroccan, they were aware of the boycott campaign of 3 products, and almost 3/4 of the citizenship of the Moroccan citizen, they participate in this campaign, in this political campaign. This is to stress the importance of taking into consideration the digital shift. So I have some suggestions to adopt or to cope with this, what we can call this new normal politically, but maybe later on I can talk about them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noor, for your insightful thoughts. We will definitely talk later about your recommendations on how to cope with the new normal, as you call it. But I have a quick question, and I would solicit your answer in 1 minute, please. You've mentioned the situation and from the perspective of the southern shore of the Mediterranean, which I think is very important, because oftentimes throughout the past 25 years, there have been a lot of situations where the two shores did not understand each other and did not account at least for each other's priorities. And now you've told us about an important priority for the southern shore countries, which is maybe to reform political culture and the role of political parties. My question, how can the northern shore help the southern shore to reach that, to achieve that objective? I know it's too complicated to answer in 1 minute, but if you can maybe name 1 or 2 things that our friends in the northern shore could do to help the countries in the southern shore deal with the failure of political parties and political culture, maybe.
In 2 words, training and partnership, and sharing kind of resource bank. And I will talk about the solution later on. I will give example of some solutions, workable solutions and successful solutions, but it's extremely important to stop to look at this region or the South region and to talk always about stopping immigration and stopping terrorism, but working with the civil society, sharing the best practices and building true and permanent and durable partnership by sharing the best practices. But I will go back to that in my recommendations.
Thank you, Noor, again for your insightful thoughts. I would like to turn to Mr. Yasser Akawi. Noor mentioned the failure of political parties in the region, in the Middle East and North Africa. Yasser, do you see any viable alternative to political parties, or at least to complement to political parties in the region? You've been working extensively with the private sector, with civil society organizations. Do you think they could have an added value to the integration process of the Mediterranean area? And how is that, if so?
Thank you very much, and thank you, FNF, for this great discussion. To answer your question, never has the drift between people's expectation and government policymakers been so large. Of course, our policymakers, or the policymakers and the political establishment in the region, have been the experts of grabbing power and keeping power. And they're not at all about preserving value and growing value. These are totally different concepts, and this is why the scene doesn't look that good. So the political establishment are in a serious crisis. They are at the brink of losing their purposes if they are unable to really find solutions to the impact of COVID, and of course the climate change and the decreasing price of oil, which has impacted the cumulative GDP of the whole region from Morocco to Iraq quite considerably, and the drought and the wars that have plagued the whole region. This has a huge impact on society itself. And of course, our political establishments, they haven't been able to migrate or to have proper policies to migrate from their extractive models to inclusive models. After a lot of calls from the north and the south and the east and the west for them to start these migrations did not start. So they are really in a crisis unless they're able to democratize their economies, which is crucial for honoring people's at least economic constitutional rights, which have been neglected for decades. So any political establishment, if they want to try to keep a purpose
which it has been totally lost so far across the region. They have to really look back in the constitutions and to democratize economies and to basically make sure, for example, civil society, which has been gaining ground and trust over years, because they are better suited to integrate, for example, concepts like design thinking to identify human-centered solutions to current challenges. The private sector also is facing an issue, because the classical models of the private sector, which, since you are a development economics expert, usually there is this coziness between the private sector and political establishments, which are not viable anymore. Because governments, they don't have a propensity to invest or spend anymore. They are more drowning in debt than anything else. The whole world is drowning in an increasing debt. So the propensity to spend of governments is decreasing. So the only way to find pockets of opportunity is, of course, help entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs, I want to call them, to be able to retain the little value that they are able to have and to grow that value. But these entrepreneurs do not depend on political establishments. These are free souls that operate on a more global, sophisticated, and increasingly globalized economic model that political establishments cannot control. They cannot control what I do behind my laptop and the websites or the design thinking models I come up with. So meanwhile, the citizens, have definitely trust the private sector more than, or private enterprise, if I may say, more than the political establishment or anything that has to do with what is offered by the state, which has deceived them over the years. So we are at the landscape that's quite peculiar, because at least on a behavioral manner, and we have noticed that at least during the year, and this is why I second what has just been said, the behavior has been opposite to what expected. Instead of the establishments reaching out to the solution, to those who have the solution, and adopt a consultative, participatory approach to finding a solution, and to empower those that have to be empowered, those that have the solution. They have turned the opposite, and they have stuck to their old ways, which is repressing, controlling, and extracting, if I may say, at the cost of the suffering of the people. So again, the drift is huge, and unless there is an enabler, we can trigger or nudge all these players to adopt a consultative, participatory, if you want, approach or method to sit together and find creative solutions to the increasing challenges that we'll be facing. I mean, the region will be in a worse situation than we are here today. So a second Arab Spring might emerge again.
I'm not sure whether a second Arab Spring is a good or a bad thing, to be honest. I won't comment on that. Anyhow, my question is, you've mentioned the importance of entrepreneurs, and I totally agree with you. I think these people have the potential to improve and to develop the Mediterranean region. But now with all what's going on in the pandemic, as we all know, a lot of people have just lost their jobs. Business owners have lost their businesses. Despite governments trying to help and put in money in a lot of businesses, small and medium, but still it's not the challenge is much bigger than what the government is doing, or governments in the region are doing right now. So how can we empower those entrepreneurs, Yasser, in the region? What can we do as a Mediterranean region? What can we do to empower those entrepreneurs?
Well, when the first wave of entrepreneurship came our way in 2009, 2010, okay, the promise we made them, is adopt these best practices and adopt these globalized Silicon Valley, if you want, models, and this is the way forward. So somehow entrepreneurs lost their local citizenships and immediately started thinking on a globalized manner. And this was predicted by Robert Kaplan in his famous 1997 article in The National, entitled "Was Democracy Just a Moment?" And he predicted this. But after COVID, after climate change, after the crisis have hit home, entrepreneurs have a more immediate local roles to play, and they have become and they have come back, left their little screens and their voyeur, if you want, habits, and they are much more in touch with their immediate environments. And that's where entrepreneurs, at least I can say from Lebanon, where basically, of course, the financial crisis coupled with the COVID and the August 4th crisis, we have seen these same entrepreneurs more than ever, much more involved with their immediate environments. And they have a say with what government they want in the future, elections, and of course, they are much more involved in helping on the ground. They have a much bigger role to play. They have a seat at the table today. They want that seat. We have to respect that, and we have to enable that. We have to welcome them on the table. So they have returned, if you want, from their cloud to reality. And we have to welcome that and honor that.
Thank you, Yasser, for your insights. I agree that although the pandemic has brought so many challenges, it's also an opportunity. It has created a lot of opportunities. So it's maybe the blessing of a curse, I don't know. But definitely one blessing is the turn of humanity towards technology and the use of technology to do things and to solve issues. And for that, clearly I'm not an expert on the topic, so I will turn to Maroon, who might ask to talk more about the role of technology in fitting the puzzle pieces together. Do you see any aspects of what the panelists have covered that could be addressed from a technology lens? What role could technology play in promoting partnership and integration in the Mediterranean region, be it with empowering entrepreneurs or political parties or the private sector? I don't know. You're the expert, and I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Saad. If you allow me, I just want to paint the context here. Of course, technology provides many opportunities, but the pace at which it has been unraveling is unprecedented in human history. And that also brings with it challenges and considerable risks. Let me illustrate. It took 100 years for the telephone to reach 100 million people. It took around a decade for 2 billion people to have a smartphone. So you can see this pace of change always brings with it, yes, a lot of opportunities, but a lot of discomfort, a lot of rage, as we are seeing across the world. The big tussle that we see, the heating up of tensions between China and America, have been called a trade war, but what it is really about is about technology. Who is going to lead the next century? Basically, that is what this is about. The implication for our region is we are increasingly pressured to take sides. More and more size will matter. In a datified economy, the bigger your population, the more potent and strong your algorithms. What does it mean for a region of mostly medium and small countries? And there I bring the partnership angle. It means if we don't band together, our power is going to diminish. We are going to have to take the rules that others impose. They talk a lot about the Brussels effect, the fact that whatever policies on standards the EU adopts, everyone else has to adjust to. But this is going to be in the future. I expect there will be a Washington and a Beijing effect as well, as we see more a splinternet than an internet taking form. And that's why I want to highlight for countries the size of ours, either we come together or we are going to lose a lot of our independence. That's the first angle on partnership. Now, second angle, Edward mentioned inequalities. It doesn't have to be that way, but the way things have gone so far, technology has been deepening inequalities between the haves and have-nots, but also between men and women. And the pandemic is only accelerating trends that we were already witnessing before. What does it mean for the region? We need a full revision of our social safety nets, apolitical, objective, citizen-centered social safety nets is what I'm talking about, not cronyism or patronage. That's one. And second, we need to rethink our education models. The Middle East and North Africa, related to its level of development, is one of the worst performing in international tests like the PISA test. What we need, and there I want to say, the education models of the future that can respond to this imperative is not just about learning programming and coding and things like that. It goes much deeper. It's about learning critical thinking, making it at the core of our curricula, about listening, active listening, and anyone that's in a workplace now knows how hard this is to have. Anyone that's recruiting know how difficult it is to recruit for this in an era where attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. And empathy. It's a lot of the trends that we see, a lot of the rage of and we've seen it in the US election, is a lack of empathy. People are unable to identify anymore with people who are different. And I just want to throw an idea out there. Imagine if we leveraged virtual reality and forced every male student to see the world through virtual reality, through the eyes of a woman in the region. How much more you would have empathy for how it is to live in the Middle East as a woman, and the gender gap and the formidable obstacles that women face in that region. I think that's even more important than just learning programming and coding and all of that. And finally, one last angle and one last big transformation that we are seeing across the world and where the Middle East is lagging a bit is the thing about sustainability. Over the past few years, and even more so over the past month, we've seen China, Japan, Korea, the EU all commit to net zero futures with different dates, different timelines, and it seems the Biden administration is going to do the same. Now, for a region that relies mostly on extractive resources, what does this mean and how do we adapt? I come from a country, Lebanon, that has completely destroyed its environment without even an industry base. I don't know if there's another country that has managed the same. I mean, a lot of the polluters have massive industries. So what does it mean for the future? How do we repurpose our industries? How do we leverage technology? For example, solar energy generation has gone down, the price of it, by 86% over the past 10 years. Can the Middle East repurpose itself to become an exporter of sustainable energy instead of just hydrocarbons? And can, for example, North Africa be a hub for exporting solar energy to Europe, as one example? I'm not naive. Of course, sustainable energy still faces massive issues, intermittency not the least of them. But we have now 20, 30 years. In 20, 30 years, our model is going to be obsolete. So how do we change that in the sustainability domain? I'll stop here. Over to you, Suad. Happy to take any further questions.
Well, thank you so much, Maroon. You've touched on so many interesting topics that I'm not sure where to start. But I very much like the virtual reality example to test or to see what women go through and endure in our region every day. And I was thinking when you said that maybe the guy on that virtual reality machine would just give in after the first word of harassment he would hear on the street, or maybe once when he sees himself denied a job only because he's a woman of a childbearing age. That would be exciting, actually. I wish this idea comes true and it gets experienced by our dear male friend compatriots. So I have a question on, you mentioned the opportunities, and I think the issue of supply chain diversification is one of them, actually. And as dependence on one or just few suppliers in the Far East harms Europe's strategic interests, how can the Middle East and North Africa take advantage of this, of the pandemic, actually, and of the need to diversify the supply chain? You mentioned few examples, but how can it concretely happen given all the shortcomings of the economic and political system in the region? What would be the first step to be able for the countries in the region to take on this opportunity?
I want to talk about partnerships, because this is what it's about, partnerships and innovation. I think we need really a mind. I'm talking at least for developing countries in the region. Maybe that doesn't apply for the GCC. But what we need is a shift in mindset on the part of our Western European partners. And that I want to point to two things. First of all, I would love to see more insistence on full transparency as a condition for any sort of partnership and aid. Coming from Lebanon, this is a clear ask as a citizen first. And second, I would say I would love to see aid replaced with investment instead of providing these grants. I would love, for example, for a VC, a sort of VC to support social entrepreneurs that invests there, and maybe after a while they sell their stake and recoup it. But that's what I would love to see in the near future, those two things in terms of partnership there.
Thank you so much, Maroon. I think this links perfectly with what Yasser previously covered and the importance of entrepreneurs. So let me now just ask one question that I received from the audience, and please feel free to either, Maroon or any of the speakers to take it. So the question is from Samah, and she's saying, a question that requires a real and effective answer. Are the European partners sincerely ready to link their relation with Egypt with an opening space for democratic parties' establishment and work? I can repeat if need is. And please, whoever wants to take that question. Otherwise,
if I may, Saad, yes, this is Haytham. I think we have a clear example from the past few days. Okay, and you may have heard about the arrest, the detention of some activists, Egyptians, who work at the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Freedom, if I'm not mistaken, if that's the name, sorry, for personal rights, I think, EIPR. So why were they detained, or what was the context? It was done just right after them having met a number of ambassadors and representatives from West countries' embassies in Cairo. I think it was a group of like 14, 15 ambassadors and deputy ambassadors. Look at the reactions from the governments of those embassies, actually, Europeans or from members of the EU or even European members of the EU. It's been, it's taken some time, mild reactions. The idea that, realpolitik, you have to maintain good relations with regimes that do bad things to their peoples and they do not comply with their own commitments, international commitments regarding human rights, rule of law, due process, and everything like that. I think there's a problem in the north, and we've written about this, and Eduard and I, we've debated a lot, and it's part also of a report we are producing together with FNF. The idea that there is some sort of a fake dilemma when it comes to European approach to its southern neighborhood. The dilemma being, guiding European action for so many years, for the past quarter of a century at least, and that is that if you want real reform and if you want to build a ring of democratic states, or at least let's put it this way, where the rule of law functions and you have effective states, then you will have to put pressure on governments and regimes, and that will create problems, and you will lose your allies, contacts, etc., etc. Whereas if you want to keep stability, understood as authoritarian stability, then you have to accept, that they do bad things at home and they do not fulfill or basically honor those commitments that were signed voluntarily. I think that's a problematic dilemma, because at the end of the day, and time tells us, you get the worst of both worlds. So you don't get actors, civil society, accountability, because regimes know that they can function and operate, with almost total impunity. But at the same time, stability is not guaranteed. It's not sustainable. We've seen 2 waves already of Arab mobilizations, massive uprisings, asking for changes, and regimes stopping any possible alternative from emerging by using all sorts of means, of repression and other things, or preventing people who have the charisma, the capacity of bringing about an alternative from organizing and building blocks, etc. So unfortunately, that dilemma is still there. I think that's what's at the core of the problems of the Euro-Mediterranean region as a whole, and the problems that that dilemma fomented by democratic regime. They like it. They promote it. They say it's either us or chaos, or instability, or war. And then you have to add another layer of geopolitics on top of that, of power competition. But that's for another thing. It will be in the report, so hopefully we can speak better there.
Thank you, Haytham. I would also like to have Noor's input, since he covered the role of political parties in the region and the challenges they've been going through. So maybe, and we can also link it to the second part of your presentation, or about the solutions to the challenges you've presented. So do you think, just to read a quick reminder of Samah's question, so do you think that okay, let me just get back the question. Okay, so do you think that the European partners, again, are sincerely ready to link their relation with the region, be it Egypt or any other country, with an opening space for democratic parties' establishment and work?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that we need to ask our European partner. We cannot talk on their behalf. I can just assume their good faith, and I think that they did some good initiative to show this good faith. But I'm not an European. I'm Moroccan. So, and I think that we don't need to wait to wait for outsider to help us to resolve the situation. If the help is here, it's more than welcome. If not, I think we need to handle and to deal with our internal problems and to resolve them ourselves. This is intrinsic solution, not extrinsic or exogenous solution. So, few in quick sentences, how to cope with this new normal? What the political parties they should stop, what they should start, and what they should accelerate to be able to cope with this the new normal or the digital shift or transformation. They stop assuming that the old way will come back. This is first. Second, accelerating the best practices around collaboration, flexibility, inclusion, and accountability. And I don't think that I have time to give more details about that. Third point is stop relying.
You have time. Please feel free.
Okay. So
our session will end at 3 p.m. Just to let everyone.
Cool. This is good news. Thank you so much. So we need to change if we want to borrow some concept from business, from companies, from enterprise perspective. I think that we need to modernize the structure of the political parties. We need to stop working or shifting or accelerating the shift from lines and silos to network and to teamwork. We also need the political parties to accelerate the transition to agility. Agile political parties are more decentralized and they depend less on top-down command and control decision making. They create agile teams which are allowed to make the most day-to-day decision. Changing communication policy by integrating social network, definitely to ensure the generalization of political information. I want also to talk about some experience by the NDI Institute. We need to learn from real life examples through analyzing. We have a lot of case studies to help political parties to learn from experience of other worldwide political parties and organizations. The National Democratic Institute, NDI, they have very interesting website which can serve as resource for political parties that want to use technology to improve their way of functioning. So this is the first thing. The second thing, political parties, they can consult digital parties portal. Once again, if we want to improve the work of the political parties, we need to be able to cope with the digital transition. So digital party portal is also a resource that parties can use to start adopting new technologies in their day-to-day work and to participate definitely with confidence in this digital evolution. We can find many programs. One of the programs is Candidate Cloud, which offer political parties data-driven engagement strategies. We can use a program called Freedom. It's kind of private network that empower political parties and their members and can make the network more focused and more strong. We can also use Zelino program, which also can be useful. Political parties also, they can, for developing partnership and network, can use face banking program, and all this program we can find them easily in internet to identify possible voter and customize campaign messages on Facebook. The final program, which is I find extremely that can be very useful to political parties. The name of the program is GOV, G-O-V. It's a program that helps party and citizens to learn from each other. And this is why I talked in the beginning about resource bank and mutualizing resource. For our case, for our political parties, it's definitely better to accept the reality that the future isn't what it used to be, and we need to start to think how to make it work after the Arab Spring and after the digital shift. In order to accelerate the road to recovery, political party leaders, they need to instill spirit of both of purpose and optimism, and to make the case that even an uncertain future, which is our case right now, with effort, can definitely be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noor. Maroon, do you have anything to say on that? Political parties and technology and the use of all the platforms that Noor has just mentioned.
I think, of course, it's been well covered, the role of technology in political mobilization. But I think it's not enough. If you look at our countries, a big issue that I've noticed in the past is there's a tendency for activists, especially social media activists, to engage only young people and digital savvy people. And still, I look at my country in Lebanon, still maybe half or around that segment of people are more, let's say, traditional. They are still engaged through traditional networks. And I think of my parents, for example, or people in my entourage, and there has not been enough efforts to engage with these types of voters who might have a more conservative, and I use the word conservative here to denote how they approach politics, not necessarily for their inclinations. And that's also part of why you see in some of the latest movements, you see them limited to a certain stratum of society. And that's homework and hard work that I think activists have to also fulfill. They have to go to the countryside, they have to go to towns and meet with these people who are different and have a different approach to politics, and stop patronizing them even, I would say.
Yes, thank you, Maroon, for insight. I see Yasser has something to say. I actually had a question for you too, Yasser, but please, I'll let you react to what Maroon said, because I think you're muted.
Please ask me the question. Maybe I can combine both together.
Okay, so I have a question from the audience. Portugal is a pioneer in attracting digital entrepreneurs and built a vibrant hub. This is pumping up in Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. States must improve regulatory framework. Any change to help there? So it's about the use of technology in entrepreneurship, digital entrepreneurship in the region, and the role of state and the regulatory framework.
Absolutely. I mean, today, legal and regulatory frameworks that govern how entrepreneurs work have elevated beyond local laws. I mean, VC laws and PE laws. Whenever you sign a contract, it's a globalized contract today more than ever. What changes is the infrastructure and the availability of resources or of capital in your own country, and this is where the challenge comes. Is a country, let's say, like Lebanon, which doesn't have a PE law, by the way, or PE or VC law, doesn't have an insolvency law or a bankruptcy law. How is it going to allow entrepreneurship to strive and to be able to hook up and to partner with other hubs in Portugal or other than Portugal? So a country like Lebanon has to keep up. But even if you end up providing such an infrastructure, it doesn't mean that you would have the good governance and the good entrepreneurship, the good infrastructure to allow it to strive. I will take, for example, Tunis. You know, Tunis, in my opinion, is one of the most educated and sophisticated people. So much has been invested in education, but what have we done with education? You know, did education take us anywhere? You know, women's rights in Tunis. I compare Tunis to Lebanon, and in Tunis, women have much more rights than in Lebanon. But what have we done with these laws? You know, did it really trigger an inflection point in the behavior of the people? Did it allow us to migrate from a state of mind to another? It didn't. You know, simply because, again, I'm linking with the first question. This is because of the political process. So the political process has always been about grabbing power, keeping power, and guess what? And apologize if, and of course I'm not here to offend, but the Northern Hemisphere had a big say and a big say of who is in power and who is not. I mean, look at in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we waited for the American elections to know whether we can form a government in Lebanon, yes or no. In the last 10 years, we have Ikhwan Muslimin that emerged, Ikhwan Muslimin that departed. Was it a democratic process that allowed this to happen? Come on, let's not kid ourselves. There are big plays at hand. Just the last thing I want to say is, if the current crisis have revealed anything, on a global scale, is how fragile humanity is. And this, if you want, puts in front of us a responsibility, of taking these global challenges and be accountable for. This negligence cannot continue. So the North, the South, the East, the West have to sit together and deal with humanity in a different manner. No, never has our faith or the faith of humanity been so integrated together. So the practices, let's say you look at Yemen, which breaks your heart, and how this collective failure to help the people of Yemen, or the many other collective failures around the world, break your heart, and this has to change. The day I'm going to see the international community, tackle the Yemen crisis in a different way, or the Lebanese crisis, or the Syrian crisis, or the Libyan crisis in a different way, then I'll be reassured that we can tackle other on-agenda issues that are important. So far, we haven't seen this maturity on a global scale, not only from the Mediterranean scale.
Thank you so much, Yasser, for these insights. I would like to jump on a point you've raised, which is women's rights in the region. I'm sorry, I have to, I have to talk about that. And the gender gap, basically, in different areas, including technology. The question was about the role of laws and the regulatory framework. And I can speak to that in the sense, at least from an empirical perspective, that this that laws has played a role in promoting women's rights, when they are enforced, of course, and implemented. And this has been shown to be true empirically, and to enhance, and this has been shown to enhance women's economic participation, either through employment or entrepreneurship. And it is, I think, important to account for a gender lens in any initiative that the region thinks of, or the stakeholders in the region think of, to face the multiple challenges, be it the use of technology or elsewhere. Just an anecdote, I participated in a virtual conference, of course, where the role of technology was discussed in promoting financial inclusion of women. And the guys that were there were just super happy only because women would be able to stay and work from home. That's what the digital technology meant to them. Oh yeah, so our women can stay at home and work from home. And then it just rang a bell. I was like, no, and we should think of that. We should incorporate that thinking. And okay, when we say technology and the possibility to work from home, how does this affect women's rights and centuries of struggle and to get to those rights, actually? Anyways, I'll stop here on gender, and I would like to ask our friends Haytham and Edward to speak to the role of European countries, European Mediterranean countries, in solving the issues, or in contributing to solving the issues that were raised in terms of politics, or promoting a democratic space for political parties in the southern shore and so forth. Do you see that Europe should play a role in that sense?
Well, yes, I think we should. And then we can come back to your initial point. I mean, geography. We we are together. That makes a difference. That makes a difference when you compare with the United States or with China and how they look at the region. It makes a difference from all perspectives. I mean, in terms of trade, migration, security, you name it. I mean, if the region enters like a more virtuous circle also of prosperity, stability, that has positive effects on the EU much more than for any other actors in the world. And likewise, if we are in a vicious circle, we will suffer more than anyone else, apart, obviously, from the citizens of the region. So yes, indeed, and the same works on the other side. It means that the countries and societies in the southern and eastern Mediterranean has an interest in the EU not collapsing, recovering economically, and also being a little bit more, I would say, stronger in a way, because the point that the colleague from the audience asked about the situation with Egypt and all of this, it also speaks a lot about this unwritten conditionality of how also, I mean, there is the written conditionality that the Europeans may put on all the papers and everything, but also some of the regimes and governments from the southern and eastern shores of the Mediterranean put their own conditionality to the EU, which is you shut up, you do nothing, you don't put pressure on this, otherwise, you know, migrants. Here, the way we have handled the 2016 management crisis, because it was not a migration crisis, it was a crisis of management, has severely undermined our capacity to resist this kind of pressures. No? So this is, I would say, an important aspect. I think that here what Europeans could do also, apart from the fact of being there and to be sincerely showing that we have an interest. So it's not about goodwill, no, it's interest of our neighbors to be more prosperous and more stable. We may be helping to see together on which aspects there are opportunities to be seized. And here I think that Maroon made a great list of topics where we could benefit together. The issue also of the global supply chains, nearshoring, we both have also an interest, and we will all be affected depending on the way Africa develops. We haven't spoken that much about Africa here, that we can have a positive or either negative impact on the Middle East and North Africa as well as the EU. And on what also Maroon was saying in terms of the renewable energies, clean energies here, perhaps, well, solar has been the topic of until now. Probably in the next years we will speak a lot more about hydrogen, and here probably this is also an area where Europeans and southern and eastern Mediterranean countries can work together.
Thank you, Edward. Haitham, do you want to add anything, please?
Yes, I would like to add something. Edward just mentioned the issue of interests. I don't think it's a matter of altruism for the EU to improve its neighborhood. It's also a matter of interest of having a vision of the neighborhood where you live. I mean, you put it at the individual level or at the level of countries or as a bloc. Let me be a bit more critical here. If we, obviously, European actions are not neutral in the region. So it's either supporting good governance or its actions, when you add the different layers, at the end of the day, it's against advancement towards good governance. So my criticism is the following. Look at the southern and eastern Mediterranean over the past 25 years. Look at the number of new democratic states there. There's only one. It's Tunisia. And it was not a result of European support, promotion of democracy and good governance. In fact, until the very last minute, the main European country, when dealing with Tunisia, was supporting the autocrat and trying to crush and help him crush those people who came out to ask for freedom, for dignity, for good governance. I'm talking about France, obviously. If you look at the number of countries in the southern and eastern Mediterranean that are nowadays failed or failing states compared to what we had back in 1995, the number has increased. Okay, the conflicts that already existed at that time, unfortunately, continue to exist, but there are new ones, bloody ones, with wars, with all sorts of destruction. So Europe is in a state of schizophrenic strategic approach. We want stability, we want to have business and other things, and to have our friends there taking care of the populations and of any possible opposition or anything that could change the status quo. On the one hand, the EU presents itself as a pro-reform actor in the region, while its actions have led to pro-status quo and deteriorating status quo and deteriorated stability as a fact. So I don't know if this pandemic is going to change the mind of European policymakers and their advisors. The new communication that is expected for the coming months about the new approach or relaunching your Mediterranean and neighborhood policies and all those things, will it change that vision, or will we continue doing business as usual and then get surprised saying, hey, it's not working, it's even worse than before? I don't know.
Thank you, Haytham. I would just say something in reaction to what you've said about democracy in the region, and risk to be a bit, to sound simplistic maybe, but I think the curse of resources is something we should think of. All the countries that have resources in the region and all the implications of that. You mentioned, I'm saying that because you and Maroon and I think other speakers mentioned the potential opportunity or area of cooperation, which is energy, clean hydrogen from the desert, to be more specific. And this actually raises a lot of challenges, the similar challenges to what oil has raised in the past. So how is the Mediterranean region coalition thinking to cope with that challenge? I think we've had the experience. We should have learned our lesson. I'm not sure if that is the case, but are we thinking of at least accounting for that in the energy energy cooperation area? That's one that represents a great forthcoming opportunity. Maroon, maybe you want to take that question, or anybody else?
Maybe at the risk of sounding a bit polemic here, Suad, but the region also, I fully agree with what Edward and Haytham have shared, but we also have to decide, do we want Europe to intervene in our politics when it suits our worldview, or do we want to stay out of our politics and engage in our government, with our governments? Because there's a bit of mixed messages here, and it seems that whatever Europe is doing, it ends up failing, because whether they support autocrats or support revolutions, at the end, at least half of people are going to say, look at the West playing its old former role. I think your question is more something for us, people of the region, to answer. What form of government do we want? What are we willing to give up to get to that form of government? Because, I'm all for democracy. I'm sitting here in Geneva, Switzerland. I'd be a hypocrite for not saying that. But maybe it's not what everyone wants. I'm just putting it out there. What I would love to see from Europe, though, is more self-confidence. And it really, I mean, we hear talk about open strategic autonomy. This is the buzzword now in the Commission. But it really baffles at the same time and saddens me to see this lack of self-confidence and this self-doubt in a region that maybe has the highest living standards in the world, and that everyone would love to, any person would love to live here if they had a chance. So that's what I would say are the two elements. A more self-confident Europe, I think, would help us a lot in navigating some of the other geopolitical players. And at the same time, I would say It's not simple to say Europe has to support democracy in the region. We need to, there are trade-offs here. That's what I'm trying to say, at the risk, again, of being a bit controversial.
Thank you, Maroon. We have 5 minutes to wrap up, so I'll ask every one of you to take a minute to conclude and share maybe your final thoughts, if any. Since Haytham is raising his hand and he was first to speak, I'll give him the virtual floor to say his final thoughts. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, just a quick comment, and I think that's very important what you just mentioned, Maroon, about the preferences and what the populations are willing to, I mean, what type of political systems and the trade-off and what, you know, the sacrifice, because any change in political systems also requires sacrifices in exchange for what? So democracy as in, you know, the results, it's a, you know, when you add so many things that you end up with a democratic system. But there are other prerequisites that I think, you know, look at opinion polls and other things, like a rule of law. So basically having the right to express, you know, and to go to court and to have an equal treatment among, you know, citizens and also towards the state and those in power. So I think that is the starting point. And if we remember, you know, the days of 2011 and demonstrations, so many people taking to the streets, I do not recall having seen signs of democracy like something massive. It was not about democracy, we want democracy. Maybe it was in the mind of some, or maybe of many. But when you saw dignity, you know, social justice, opportunities, fight against corruption, you know, corruption, it's very, very present. All those components, I think there is so much hunger for, you know, to see that people are treated with dignity, and that they don't have to compare themselves with the outside world always to see themselves in the most negative way. Because in other parts of the world, you know, look how they do this and there, and the little one who can challenge the big, powerful one when he has the right to do it and when he feels that he has a just cause. So I think that's a starting point, and Europe is not there. Europe does not see, you know, all those little steps that, when added together, lead to dignified life and to social justice. That is my point when I intervened earlier.
Thank you, Haytham. Edward, please.
Yes, and I see that perhaps my daughters will enter, so that you will see also that not only women work from home, but also men do. And let me say final words. We are obviously in these COVID times, and this is the most example, the way we are talking today. And I think we have to use that fact in order to rethink the kind of relationships we need to build around the Mediterranean. So what has COVID taught us? The importance of solidarity, and that's on the more positive sense, the importance of solidarity. So the Mediterranean should also be a space of solidarity. We should not forget about this word. Of innovation and knowledge. We have perhaps given too little attention to innovation and knowledge, and it's time to give it more. And also the importance of anticipation and increasing our anticipatory capacity. So you were all saying aspects that can go wrong or that can get well. So we need to be also ready so that we can seize opportunities and that we may avoid risks. And in that sense, that's the moment. We're in a defining moment. There are opportunities that may be emerging. Risks are very apparent, and there will be new crises that we will be facing. That's for sure. But we need to decide in a way among the citizens and also the countries around the Mediterranean whether we want to come together and also to have this anticipatory capacity to face and to rebuild somehow these post-pandemic times, or will each of us go our way and perhaps even looking elsewhere? I'll end with that.
Thank you, Edward. It's actually great to see that some men help with childcare.
Well, it's not helping, huh? It takes two to tango.
Okay, that's great. So that's a nice way to put it. Let me turn to Noor, please. You're fine. Yes, Noor. Yeah, Noor, and then I think Yasser spoke after you. Yeah, Noor, please. Your final thoughts.
Yeah, very quickly. We need definitely to stop the lose-lose cooperation or absence of the cooperation and try to invest in win-win cooperation and win-win game. This is extremely important. I think that partnership will be a good thing for Europe and we will be a good thing for our region. This is the first. Second, we need to stop working in lines or in silos and promoting network and teamwork. And we need to learn from the best practices and to draw lessons from the best practices. This is politically talking, but we need to not to forget the economical part, which is equally important. And rather than aid, but trade. Try to open the border, try to empower the private sector, try to empower the role of the entrepreneur, which are the one who can create the value without increasing taxes or burden on the population. So political cooperation and trade rather than aid, because trade is more sustainable.
Thank you, Noor. Yasser, your final thoughts? You're muted, I guess.
We are, again, the vulnerability that has been exposed globally is also an opportunity to expedite to expedite the adoption of what we have been preaching for at least for the last 10 years. And I doubt, just to end on a positive note, I doubt the world has any more energy for conflict and has any more energy for war. And it's the perfect time for the whole world to take responsibility and accountability and come together in a constructive way, and cooperative way, and a consultative way, and an inclusive way, that allow us for this crisis to get us out to safer shores.
Thank you, Yasser. Maroon, thank you.
Briefly, I just want to reiterate the point that we are facing an era where things are changing faster than they ever had. The key word, and I echo what both Edward and Yasser have said, the key word here is building our resilience, building our ability to anticipate changes, and that can only be done through opening up and learning from each other, learning from different perspectives. So this is what I want to say. Let's learn from the past, but also look to the future, because we don't have much time to prepare for it.
Thank you so much, Maroon, and I'm so looking forward to your new app. And I'm so ready to provide inputs for your gender simulation experience. Thank you very much to our 5 distinguished panelists for their very insightful thoughts. I think building platforms for exchange and the experience sharing is very important and key to building a real Mediterranean partnership and the real integrated Mediterranean region. And I think this is what the Friedrich Naumann Foundation has just done, creating this platform and allowing to all of us from different parts of the world to meet and discuss and share our ideas. So on behalf of the audience of the panelists, thank you very much, Friedrich Naumann Foundation. We're looking forward to more sessions like this and to taking this work forward. Thank you very much, everyone. I wish you a nice evening wherever you are, or a good day. Not sure what your time zone is. Thank you. And on this, I call this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the great moderation, Suad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suad. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Suad. Thank you also to your esteemed panel of guests. You can't hear it now, virtually, but I can certainly hear the round of applause that's going all around the world. I found this conversation particularly interesting, apart from the fact that it was quite a deep analysis of not only the challenges that the MENA region is facing, but also a very clear and a deep understanding of the possible solutions to that. Now, I have to admit also, as a South African, who is obviously not from this region, I was listening with quite a keen ear to try and understand what the context of some of these challenges might be. And I found it quite fascinating. There's an interesting parallel for me to be drawn between the challenges that we face in South Africa, also around conflict, around violence, around this general idea of discord, and the parallel that can be drawn to similar challenges being faced in the MENA region. And what I found most insightful was Maroon's suggestion that the antidote for this conflict, regardless of where you find yourself in the world, is in fact perhaps empathy. And it's always heartening for me to think that we can always look to technology, but technology in itself is not the solution. Technology is the enabler of the solution. And so here's a perfect example of how technology, through the use of virtual reality, can allow empathy to enter into the conversation and possibly be an antidote to some of the discord and the challenges that might be experienced in this region. So thank you very much for that. That certainly has planted a seed in the back of my head that's going to continue growing. We're going to, of course, continue this conversation around technology, artificial intelligence, and the impact that can have on geopolitics tomorrow morning with our first chapter. So if this was an intriguing conversation for you, then do tune in for that. And don't forget to submit your comments, your questions by using the hashtag #InnovatingPolitics. If you're watching live on Facebook or on YouTube, you can also just pop a comment in the comment box down below. We'll be monitoring that if there's a particular question that you want to ask. Right. Now on to the last part of our program today. And this is something a little bit different, a virtual fireside chat. Now, as many of you might be wondering, particularly from the conversation that we just had now, is what can the future of policy making possibly hold for us? This is a very poignant question, I think, in the crossroads of this point in time where we stand, where there's a lot of uncertainty towards the future. And for this conversation, guiding us through this fireside chat, will be back on stage Yara Azma, the Regional Strategy Manager of FNF MENA, of course. And she will be having this conversation with a special guest that we've mentioned earlier, Steve Clemens, the former editor-at-large for The Atlantic and current editor for The Hill. Yara, before you start, I was hoping I could squeeze in one tiny question, or maybe let's make it two questions. The first question is, well, I'm very interested to hear why you specifically invited Steve with his insight from the US to join this particular conversation. And then perhaps maybe more tongue-in-cheek, will there actually be a virtual fire at this fireside chat or not?
Well, maybe I should ask you, Clint, to conjure up like a virtual fire with your virtual superpower from Istanbul.
Well, we don't want to burn down the studio. These virtual fires these days can be very realistic.
But let me go back to your actual question. Why Steve and why the conversation with Steve is because he will bring a unique perspective through his career experience that he would have a big oversight on our part if we did not include that perspective in that conversation on the future of policymaking. Steve, welcome.
Great to be with you. I should mention, I'm sitting right next to a fireplace that you can see there. If I'd known, I would have built a fire and we would have had that answered.
Steve, we're so happy to have you with us. It's an honor to have you. Steve Clemens, editor-at-large at The Hill, previously, you served as a Washington editor-at-large of The Atlantic. You have one of the most popular political blogs, The Washington Note. You also founded and served a senior, and still serves, serving as a senior fellow at the American Strategy Program at the New America Foundation, where you previously served as executive vice president. Again, it's an honor to have you with us, Steve,
Great to be with you.
at the Amman Innovation and Politics Forum digital version. Before I start, I have a special hello to you from our regional director in North America office, Klaus Gramko, and I quote him. He told me, "Say hi to Steve and ask him, where have you been?" Steve, where have you been?
I have been working away in Washington. I mean, the challenges right now of reporting and managing a reporting team on American politics are crazy. So I love Klaus. Klaus has been a friend of mine for decades, and it's great to hear from him.
And I will ask you now, where have you been, Steve, from the presidential elections? What is your take on the results, and what do you expect from the upcoming administration?
Look, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have won the election, and they've won it even as results of last night that Georgia, which is, we have a system where Americans don't vote directly for the President of the United States. They vote for what are called electors in a state-by-state process. And that's why you often hear about battleground states, where states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Arizona and Nevada and Georgia get a lot more attention than California or Washington State or other places, because those votes are predictable. It's in the states of the United States that are not predictable. And we've just seen Georgia and Michigan essentially commit to follow the popular vote of their people that went for Joe Biden, even by a narrow margin. And so there's no pathway for President Trump. There's been a dispute because President Trump has refused to, thus far, concede the election. And I interviewed President Trump's national security advisor last Monday, and even Robert O'Brien, the national security advisor, said that Joe Biden's national security team was professional. He said nice things about them. He said, look, we see that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris looks like they've won, so we're going to have a professional transition. Almost everyone gets that except the president and a couple of his lawyers. So I think you're going to see the transition begin to take shape, hopefully soon, but it will happen. And America's been in this before. A lot of people, get caught up and concerned. Is this undermining democracy? I mean, it's creating a lack of trust, and we have to remember that 73 million people voted for President Trump, and that's going to be a thorn in the side to the Biden administration. But now the Democrats and Joe Biden are going to get a chance to try and heal some of the problems and try to speak to the nation as a whole, as opposed to, I think, President Trump's strategy was dividing people. So I think we're going to see a Biden administration come in. It's going to have lots of challenges, but that's where we are.
How do you think this transition will be translated on the policy level?
Look, I think there are going to be a variety of things. You can just think across the board from, connecting people to the internet. We've all, during the COVID crisis, been forced into, digital moments like we're having right now. But a lot of Americans are not connected. You're going to see things like broadband, the digital divide, what we do to smartly respond to the COVID crisis, which we have not been smart. We've been the dumbest advanced country in the world. We have to face that. We have incredible rates of ongoing infection, over 150,000 new cases a day. And while there are many places in Europe and even where you are, where there's a bit of an upsurge, it's nothing like what's happening in the United States. So it's a remarkable failure. And I think you're going to see the Biden team try to work very quickly on that dimension. But things on climate change, on looking at the environment, on education, on economic conditions of people right now who, through no fault of their own, who are unemployed and having a tough time struggling in this crisis. So you're going to have the economic, the environmental, the technology dimensions of this, and you're going to see a big shift. The problem Joe Biden is going to have is all of this stuff costs money, and the bank is empty right now.
Going back to what you mentioned on this like transition on so many levels, economy and energy and climate change. In one of your interviews with Monica Trauzi in the Off Menu show, you were asked if you were to moderate the presidential election, what would be your question for the candidates? And you said that you will ask them how to get to the emission reductions below the 2-degree level, and how does the mathematical equation would look like. Although I didn't understand what you mean by mathematical equation, and I don't think any of the debates that took place answered your question. But what are your expectations on this level from the Congress, from the administration, or any government in the world when it comes to energy and climate change policies?
Yara, thank you for asking that. Look, I'm one of these guys who sees the world and its challenges in many shades of gray. Many issues are often presented as if there's a good answer and a bad answer, a black hat and a white hat, a binary choice. And I think when it comes to environment and climate change, I have many, many friends that are progressives in the environmental movement. And along with wanting to get more and more green energy sources, which I support, and they wrap it around climate change, the truth is they cannot get to the climate targets that we need to get, both that are dictated and outlined in the Paris Climate Accord, and that I think the world needs from what we just understand from science, unless we have other forms of energy that are non-carbon emitting. And so what we were discussing with Monica Trauzi was the nuclear energy issue, that there have been a lot of advances in nuclear energy. There's but this is one of the issues which many people don't want to talk about. But I've talked about it just to a very famous Secretary of Energy in America, Ernie Moniz. He's a hero of the environmental movement, but he says we can't do it without nuclear energy. So yes, while we do solar, wind, biofuels, many other areas that can be developed, unless you build the nuclear energy piece into it in the US and in many other advanced developing countries, we won't hit those targets. So when I talked about the mathematical equation, what I'm trying to tell people who are well-meaning, I know this is controversial, but I said, do the math and look at what solar and these other energies do, and let's applaud that. But it's not enough to actually remediate and check and stop the heating of the planet, heating of the atmosphere. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Talking about like nuclear energy, and you were, and I would like to bring you to us to the MENA region. You were one of the people who spoke openly that is supporting the JCPOA, or what is known by the Iran deal. Do you think this step towards Iran was a step towards an innovative approach to nuclear policies on the international level, or it just was an attempt to create a historical deal with Iran while neglecting the nuclear policies on the international level?
Look, Iran is a complicated country. It's a divided country, and America is divided itself in many different factions about Iran. What I thought was important about the JCPOA, it was not an agreement built on trust. It was entirely transactional. And at the time it was being negotiated, and this is what I find very disingenuous of the critics of the JCPOA, there are many other areas where Iran, whether it's ballistic missile development or whether it is transnational Hezbollah-style terror support or something of these various kinds of activities, that Iran, because of its paranoia as a state and because of the way it's organized internally, which is a lot of it is organized against pointing at nations like the United States, but also Germany and others, as being antithetical to everything that it's about. It's a theocracy that I think is horrible to its people. That said, a nation like that with very strong nuclear weapons capacity changes the game for the world. Having a nuclear weapon, as we've seen with North Korea, for instance, changes its stature in the world, and you have to deal with it in a different way than you would otherwise. So keeping Iran from eventually acquiring a weapon was the highest national security priority of the United States at that time. And frankly, it should have remained that. What Donald Trump has done by suspending the JCPOA, by undoing the deal, remember the deal was to get economic investment inside Iran, that Iran to end the sanctions. They didn't just do it to give up Iran basically did everything that we asked it to do, and then we reneged. The one that was not compliant was the United States. Germany, England, Britain, France, China, Russia, all were parties to that deal, all were compliant, and all saw Iran remain compliant. The United States reneged on that deal. The United States undermined it because the argument was that the way that the JCPOA was written, that 15 or more years down the road, it left a nuclear option potentially for Iran to come back. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I don't see why Iran would snap back into that position if its economy, if it's, I think the big risk, and the Naumann Stiftung is a Stiftung that focuses on liberalism. Iran is not a liberal place. The question is, as you begin to see economic development, connectivity, Iran having a track potentially to come out of the cold, to begin interacting, does that create the embers of liberalism there? I don't know the answer to that, but it creates a possibility that right now doesn't exist the way we're proceeding. So I think that given the pace and rate of Iran's nuclear program previously, it was clear that in part because of Israel and its priority to its security to America, but we were on a collision course for a real war with Iran that could create a lot of other unintended consequences, and that would be incredibly reckless. I'm not an automatic pacifist, but I do not believe in wars of choice or wars that are reckless if there are other options, and that's why I think the JCPOA for a decade and a half and probably more would have given us a track where Iran would have had a certain route. And the criticism of it, well, what about its behavior, in other areas, its behavior in Yemen, in Lebanon, wherever it may be, in Syria? And the issue is the Republicans refused to support a grand bargain deal back then. I think it's disingenuous to say now they'll only do a grand bargain. That's ridiculous. And so I have no patience for those that want to play a whack-a-mole game with Iran. We've now have to figure out where to go. It's going to be very hard. I know a lot of the Iranian leadership, they do not trust the United States, and they don't trust one president anymore. The president's word used to matter and mean something, but if it changes from president to president so quickly, and you have discontinuity every 4 years and not continuity, that is a very, very hard problem to solve.
Well, the Iranian-US relationship is a very complicated topic that we need like hours to discuss. But allow me to say something. Like the moment here in the MENA region, we heard that Joe Biden is the next president of the United States, there were some like positive or like some optimism in like the Biden administration to rethink nuclear policies, to retackle nuclear policies, either through renegotiating the JCPOA or other means. Do you think this will happen? The Biden administration is interested in rethinking nuclear politics in this sense?
Well, I think they're going to rethink it in a global sense. I mean, there's been a deterioration and erosion of some of the basic nuclear agreements with Russia, for instance. And there hasn't been a strategy in place, whether you look at North Korea and trying to sort of negotiate a denuclearization of North Korea, which has totally failed, or you look at what the president has been concerned with regarding to including China. There are a lot of dynamics out there. But what we do know is that Russia, on a lot of fronts, and perhaps now the United States, the President Trump said something about a classified program that very few of us know anything about a revived kind of potentially smaller theater nuclear weapon. It was very surprising he said this, but if that is true, then it creates, again, a new field where you're going to have nations scrambling to fill in what they see are their security deficits and security voids. And hopefully the Biden administration, with diplomacy, will encourage, because that is such a dangerous route for the world, will discuss a way to bring those new emerging nuclear weapons into some sort of negotiated regime, a treaty regime. But right now, as things stand, the Joe Biden administration is going to be, have a lot on its plate. It has COVID crisis raging in America. It has economic problems. We have racial and policing problems. We have nations that don't trust us as much as they once did. It's going to be a complicated lift on a lot of these things, but the nuclear portfolio will be part of it. I just can't tell you what priority level that will have. My sense is it will not be at the highest, at the top of the list, sadly, because I think it's very, very important.
You mentioned the COVID crisis in the US, and that is deteriorating with the days. COVID-19 didn't come as a surprise for especially researchers. Like the Ebola virus was the first alarm for this, that a global pandemic might take place. And for that, under Obama administration, research was intensified, whereas the rhetoric of pandemic was used for the show under Donald Trump. I have two questions for you on this level. The first question, what do you think should have been done on an internal level to handle properly the pandemic in the US? Did the US need more innovative and advanced approaches to overcome the disease? And my second question is more on the international level. Do you think that the COVID-19 created opportunities on the diplomatic level and created new approaches to relations between countries, just like in the MENA region, the Israeli and the Gulf states rapprochement?
So on the first question, I may need you to get to reframe the second question, but the first question, I don't think it's rocket science. I think America failed on the front end. That the moment President Trump, in the very earliest part of January of this year, knew the severity. We know he knew it because he told in a taped interview with the writer Bob Woodward. He knew how dangerous this virus was, and he lied to the American public about that. But from that moment, what should have been done is they should have followed what they did in the simulation. Forget the playbook the Obama administration did. They did a simulation in October of 2019, just a few months before this, of the Trump administration key agencies on what to do in the decision-making with regard to a pandemic. They did a simulation. Had they just looked at what they learned from that and implemented the lessons of that, America would be in a very different place today. They failed to take seriously defense production orders. That's a law in the United States that gives the US government the ability to tell various industries that have a lot of dormant manufacturing capacity to immediately turn that manufacturing capacity, almost as if you're at war, into the creation of protective gear for frontline workers. Secondly, they should have immediately put together a test that was nationally deployed, and that rather than treating the test as a rare thing, we needed to flood the American system, businesses, communities, with testing and tracing. Every single person of stature, Republican and Democrat, that's thoughtful and serious, said we needed to do that. And it's an incredible failing. And what they did, and it's just remarkable, that when the test came out, they had added a third vector, which was unnecessary. And it was testing positive with people that had nothing to do with COVID. And so they froze that test out there. When they came back and they realized what it had done, I mean, this shows you what Keystone Cops operation it was, which means chaotic operation. They actually ended up going back and using that same test and just ignoring that data, which is the right decision from the very beginning. So the incompetence, the one step forward, two step back approach, and then the president's, this is unforgivable, the president's embrace of those people who saw mask wearing as a conspiracy, as a forfeiture of liberty. That dimension became crazy, and it animated a political divide over basic health and basic science. So that can't be solved by innovation. That is just simple idiocy and stupidity in government. And hundreds of thousands of Americans are getting sick each day. And we've had over 260,000 people die, probably more, from this disease because of that incompetence. I feel very strongly about it. And it's something that I think history books will not forgive this administration for. On your second question, you may need to retell it to me again.
Yeah, I based my second question on one of the interviews that you had with the ambassador of UAE or the Emirates to the US, and you were discussing with him the opportunities of COVID-19 when it comes to cooperation between countries. I just wanted to check, do you believe that COVID-19 changed the chess sports for diplomats and created more opportunities for cooperation on the international level?
In a way it did, because I think when you have something, I mean, I think the same thing is true in a way with climate. Any transnational problem, whether it's, sometimes the world deals better with things and sometimes not. There's a global refugee crisis right now. The MENA region is a key platform for that. But I think COVID hit every country, every corner of the world, rich nations, poor nations, powerful people, the least powerful people. And I think that created a sensitivity and concern that opened up the notion that maybe we need to do things differently. Now, that doesn't make something like the Abraham Accords automatically happen, or that they happen because of COVID, but it does raise the question that, I'll tell you that, Yusuf Otaiba, the ambassador I interviewed, does not see the progress the way I do, but he sees the issues related to what Israel was planning to do in annexing the West Bank as being a red line that, if crossed, would prevent any nation from finally moving. So they did a transaction with Israel. They said, do not annex the West Bank, and we will normalize with you. Now, a lot of other nations are coming in. That has changed the chessboard. Maybe COVID helped create the need for the sense we need to do something that shows progress. But I don't think COVID necessarily did that. But I would also say, to be self-critical of America's posture, that there is the other void, that there's a sense of void left as America has been distracted and America First policies self-absorbed and narcissistic, that other nations are trying to fill in that void right now by moves like what the UAE initiated.
In our talk, Steve, we talked about Joe Biden, we talked about Donald Trump, we talked about Obama and their administrations. You've encountered, or you met a lot of world affairs figures, and some of them you know them closely. Do you think that still with all of this technological development and the impact of technology on policies, still personality of the leader, of the policymaker, is impacting the direction of policymaking?
I think they're two different tracks. I think technology is changing so rapidly that when let me just put it this way. I tell people, I feel like whether it's in health, whether it's in communications, whether it's in how we process and deal with problems, whether it's going to Mars, technology is at a level where it's so transformative on every front. And I'm very, very excited by that. I tend to be someone that sees many more positives in that process. But if you were able to resurrect Galileo today, I think Galileo would still be found guilty. And what I'm trying to say is there is a equal number of people that reject science, that do not embrace this future, that look at these issues of progress as ones they don't fully understand. And so both things can be true. So science advancing, but we have to understand that not everyone gets that message or sees the progress. They may want to have their smartphone, but they don't care about how you got there, or the scientific base to do that. Now, you asked on top of that, will leaders matter? Will their personality matter? Joe Biden, I wrote an article about then Vice President Biden called the Biden Doctrine. And it's about cultivating personalities and the gardening of personalities in global affairs that he knows and thinks about how he works. So yes, when you think about, Russia will be different after Vladimir Putin. Joe Biden and his personality and where they go will take America in a different direction than Donald Trump. When you think of Germany and what comes after Angela Merkel, or Erdogan in Turkey or something of this. It's very hard at this moment. So technology is not something that would enhance or inhibit the personality impact of these leaders. They're going to have to deal with each other. Technology extends, enables those personality forces into policy and into taking shape, and they're also, you can combat them, those personalities with technology. So I look at them as two slightly different currents.
On this note, I have to mention something personal. I was fascinated by the startups in DC that are only specialized in testing policies and in scientifically testing policies. And this is something I think we should look into more in the future. And they will have an influence on public opinion, especially if they are scientifically proven to be moving in the right or the wrong direction.
Right.
Steve, that was a really great talk. And on a last note with you, I want to ask you, now 2021 is waving to us, like it's 1 month away. We thought that by the end of 2020, we'll see like a new world, a new perspective, especially after what the world went through in this very special year. As a journalist, as in a way or another, story digger, like you would look for stories, you would like to know more about what's happening, whether in the hill or around the world. What do you think? What kind of stories do we need to contribute to change in our world?
That's a big question, Yara, and I appreciate it, and I love the framing that 2021 is waving at us. I cover politics and policy, and I think that right now, whether you look at people on the far right, like we have a legislator named Matt Gaetz of Florida. He's a very hard right Trump supporter versus, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, on right. We have a lot of people who live in and operate and politic in bubbles with people who are devoted to them and to their views. And I guess I see a year that's very messy, a year that's very divided. And what I'm really interested in on every policy issue is whether the reasonable middle of pragmatic, non-fanatical deal makers that are able to solve education problems, solve health problems. We have racial divide problems, growing economic inequality. We have one of the things I love about, Namensstiftung is the focus on liberalism, and a lot of the business environment is such that there's a lot of innovation in America, a lot of great startups that come. But we have to ask ourselves, is that ecosystem healthy, or have we undermined it in some way? We have immigration policies that don't make sense for the kind of nation America is, and the rejection at so many levels. So I'm interested to see in issue after issue after issue, whether or not we're going to be able to reject the fanatical positions of extremist demagogues on both sides and come back to the middle. And I think that's going to be the story of 2021. Because if we don't see that come back together, then we're going to see America continue to whipsaw back and forth between very, very different visions of itself, and it's going to become a less reliable stakeholder in global affairs. And I think that is that's the biggest question mark I have about the next year or two.
Thank you so much, Steve, for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you with us at the Amman Innovation Politics Forum, and hopefully
my pleasure.
See you soon, either in person or virtually again.
My pleasure, Yara. Thank you, and greetings to all my friends in the Namensstiftung all over the world. I've done a lot with, really through Klaus Gramkow. So hi, Klaus. I hope you're watching. He's a crazy, wild and crazy guy. So I'm around. Give me a call. And thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. That was a phenomenal chat. I feel a little bit like, you know, you come to the end of the day today, and it feels a little bit like I was a kid let loose in a candy store. For political animals out there, you'll understand what I mean with such a star-studded lineup of guests from, I mean, all fields of expertise in the political world. So today really was for me a phenomenal, insightful day. And of course, we're going to continue that phenomenal, insightful track tomorrow for day 2 of the Amman Innovation and Politics Forum. So we'll be here same time, same place, 11 a.m. Amman time. And you can look forward to amazing discussions, as I mentioned before, from artificial intelligence to geopolitics to gender politics. We will also be joined by Audrey Tang, the digital minister for Taiwan. Now, Audrey was, a side note, was the youngest minister appointed at the age of 35. Now, if ever there was, you know, something to really make you feel inadequate as a 30-year-old, it's hearing that someone else is a minister at the age of 35. And Audrey is also the world's first transgender minister. So I really look forward to hearing from them about their perspective on gender politics, specifically in the world and in this region. So that brings us to the end of today. I don't know about you, but I feel like I need to go find a Zen place somewhere and just let simmer all the phenomenal inputs and insights that we heard from our guests today. So I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to wish you a lovely evening or afternoon or wherever you find yourself in the world. Go grab a glass of wine or a cup of tea and let it all simmer. We'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Amman time. Have a lovely day.